Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area. We recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for today? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, the March 7th, 2024 agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have
You're there you go.
Okay, apologies. Yes, I have a conflict of interest on items 12A and 1223, which is, of course, our bylaw section. Regarding short-term rentals, as I have a family tourist accommodation in the township.
Thank you. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of February the 15th, the special meeting of February the 21st, and the special meeting of February 22nd? Councillors Berry and Richards?
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that the February 15th, 2024 regular and February 21st, 22nd, 2024 special council meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no public meetings today or delegations, so we'll now move into closed session. Could I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Councillors Berry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, the open session adjourn at 9:03 a.m. in order to proceed into closed session for the purpose of discussing personal matters about identifiable individuals, litigation or potential litigation, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with sections 2392 B, E, and F of the Municipal Act 2001 SO as amended regarding legal matters.
All in favor? That's carried. Capital Park Consulting, and I believe that Steve Litchie will be joining us.
Good morning.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning. I hope everyone's doing well this morning.
We're good, and over to you.
Well, thank you.
Got a bit of a presentation?
Yes, there is a PowerPoint that I prepared. I will try to be relatively brief. I should explain that in the PowerPoint, quite a bit of the material is going to be a review for council, but I realize there are also some people who are watching this on YouTube, and it may serve as a bit of a briefing for them as to what the project is all about. So the next slide, please. I thought it'd be useful to describe what differentiates a corporate strategic plan from a community strategic plan, then do a quick overview of the project, the methodology, then talk about the two documents, the final report and the draft plan itself. So next slide, please. Some municipalities have a community strategic plan. Others have a corporate strategic plan. The community strategic plan addresses the broader needs and aspirations of the residents, the businesses, the other stakeholders. A corporate strategic plan focuses on internal organizational goals. It's very much a high-level set of directions from council to the staff for what they should work on for the next 4 years. Next slide, please. As we talked about at the very first planning session, there's really 3 steps in putting together a strategic plan. The first one is assessing the current situation, like where are we today? Then planning where you would like to be, where do we want to go? And finally, the strategic plan itself, which should tell you how you're going to get there. The next slide, please. Just a caution that what Dr. Martin from the Prosperity Institute at the University of Toronto has said, that making strategy choices is never easy because it means doing some things at the expense of others. So I'm sure that some of your stakeholders will look and think of things that they would like to have done. If it was simply putting together a list of all the things that people would like, it would be fairly easy, but it wouldn't be very useful because it would be overly ambitious. It wouldn't be possible for staff to get it all done. So as a council, you had to make decisions as to what are going to be your highest priorities and what would you like staff to focus on. Next slide, please. The methodology that was done, there was a review of the documents provided by the township, your former strategic plan, the updates on it, the status reports, council minutes, other plans that you have. We also looked at material from other sources, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and the federal sector bodies, a lot of information from the provincial government. We did a private interview with each member of council and a private interview with each township manager. We reviewed strategic plans from similar municipalities. We had 3 full days of planning sessions with council and senior staff. And then we put together the draft strategic plan. We used an iterative process where we would send it to township staff to review, make some changes, and went through it. I believe there's 4 different versions prepared. And then we've also put together the final report that amalgamates the various interim reports that you saw. Next slide, please. There shouldn't be anything in the final report that council has not seen before. It simply takes the various interim reports that were produced throughout the project and amalgamates them into one document. It makes it more useful as a reference tool in the future. So you look at some of these things like the pestle analysis. One of the reasons we like to have these things included is municipalities like Algonquin Highlands depend quite a bit on grants that come from various bodies. And sometimes the grant applications will say, well, did you do an environmental scan? And so you just go to the one document, the final report. The pestle analysis is one method of doing an environmental scan. So you can show that it was done, the dates, who was involved, and what the results were. Next slide, please. It's also quite common in the grant applications that they'll say, well, was there a SWOT analysis done? And you'll recall that we did a SWOT analysis in the first planning session. So everything that's in here may be useful for grant applications, but it's also useful for the current members of council and potentially future members of council, as well as current staff and future staff. Also, if members of the public are interested in more detail about the strategic plan or the planning process, it can also be made available to them and they may find it interesting. Next slide, please. This is the actual draft corporate strategic plan. Municipalities are required to have their public documents accessible to people with various disabilities under AOTA. And so you'll notice that we've got something in the very center of that slide, which describes the entrance of the Algonquin Highlands. There's actually something like that for each one of the photos and each one of the graphics in this document. You won't normally see it unless you hover over it with your cursor. But for someone with a visual impairment, they can arrange to have the document read to them and the description of what each of the photos is read to them as well. So it's fully accessible and meets the AOTA requirements. The next slide, please. This page and the next page were something which we had not reviewed with council prior to today. I want to give our thanks to Chad at the Township office, who wrote the message from the mayor and council and who also wrote the history. The message from the mayor and council is supposed to be an introduction to residents, tell them a little bit about the process and invite them into the document, make them want to read further. And I think that this is an effective message for doing that. Next slide, please. Algonquin Highlands has an interesting history, but it may not be well known to everybody, particularly in a municipality that has a lot of seasonal residents. They may not know what the history was. So this is a nice way to give a very brief introduction to people, and I think most of your readers will find it interesting. Next slide, please. The vision and the mission. We spent a great deal of time when we met in the planning sessions to develop new statements. I think you should be pleased with what you accomplished. I think they're powerful. I think they resonate with people, and they represent your township very well. You'll also recall that on the strategic priorities, we spent quite a bit of time on them as well. We advise clients to typically have between 3 and 6 so that it's not an overly ambitious exercise. And with the 6 that you have here, we think that they are achievable. We hope that your staff find them achievable because they were involved in developing them. And this is what they will be focusing on for the next 4 years. Next slide, please. I don't intend to spend a great deal of time on the strategic priorities or the strategic goals or the strategic actions on this in the next 5 pages, other than to say that these are essentially unchanged from what we had agreed upon when we met on the last full day. There was some very, very minor wordsmithing, probably to get more consistent sentence structure in a few situations. But what you see here is more or less what you saw when we were together. And I think you should be congratulated on how thorough a job you did, that it came through in such close to a finished format. Next slide, please. Not that it's particular to this slide, but I think for all of them, I want to draw attention to the photos that are here. The township has an excellent library of really high quality photographs that illustrate what the township is all about very well. And so I know our graphic artist was very pleased at the selection that he had, that he could pick out some really first-rate photographs. Next slide, please. And you'll see that, right through the whole document, it benefits from the fact that you have such a good selection. Next slide, please. And like I said, I'm not going to go through these in detail because council is familiar with them. And for anyone who's not familiar with them, who's watching, I wouldn't be able to do justice to everything in a short presentation. Next slide, please. And then the next slide. And then the next slide. This should be of interest to everyone as to how the strategic plan will be used. It's considered a living document that it can be, it's intended to be high level, but also flexible, to give council and staff the ability to make slight changes in direction if there's something that comes up unexpectedly. No one really predicted a pandemic a few years ago, which obviously caused major changes for every municipality. There can be sudden breakthroughs in technology, which require changes. There can be more threats. Cyber security is a big issue now. So it's intended to be a living document that it provides a framework for decision making, but it can also be flexible enough that you can make changes if you need to. It's understood that your staff will use the strategic plan to develop an annual operational plan that will come to council annually for review, discussion, and approval. And from that operational plan, the departmental work plans for the various departments in the township will also flow. And it shows down at the bottom how all of the township's plans work together, that you're getting your strategic direction from this plan, which goes into the action plans, the operational plan, and the departmental business plans, which goes into the delivering, and which also directs your staff as to where to look for funding and other resources. Next slide, please. And finally, the back cover, lovely photo of the fire tower, and just some information for ratepayers and other stakeholders as to how they can get in contact with the township. Next slide, please. And that was all we had for our presentation, but we'd happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. I would like to say that that the township very much appreciates the work that Capital Park Consulting and both yourself and Steve and Tim have done on this project. I particularly want to, I'm really proud of the staff and the work that staff have done and working in consolidation with council. I think we've come up with a good document that is a guiding document for us. I do want to recognize that this is a guiding document, and in some areas, there will be, more discussions that we'll have to have, more drilling down about, specific actions that we do want to take. But this is an excellent start for us to work on. So, so my thanks to all, and I look to. I will look to questions or comments from council, but the one thing that I think we may have missed in the document, and I'm hoping you don't have to mess with it too much, should we have included a land acknowledgement in this document? I believe we maybe should have. And I'm hoping that there's adequate space. I think I saw a page where there might be a space. I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you, Mayor. You'll note in the community overview, our communications our coordinator incorporated parts of the land acknowledgement into that. But it's up to council whether that's sufficient or not. Obviously.
Okay. I guess I was, looking for a specific separate section, and so comments from council or questions. Just as a preclude to that, we do not have a bylaw to accept this today, I don't believe, because we're going to be talking about it, and if there's any changes or amendments that need to be made, we'll go forward with that. So Deputy Mayor Dayu and Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Steve. You mentioned that the pestle and SWOT analyses were integrated into a final report with information from our interim reports. I might have overlooked something, but is that part of the package that you presented for us today? And the reason being, I think the SWOT analysis and the pestle analysis are going to be so key moving forward to remind us of not just the wonderful things that Algonquin Highlands is about, but also our really dramatic challenges that we're facing and that we're going to have to apply against each of these action points to make sure that we remember our huge demographic changes, the fact that there's no housing for folks to come and live here in order to do service jobs. And, there are a lot of big challenges and they are listed in the SWOT. So where might we locate those?
There was a final report delivered to the township. I'm not sure if it was in your package or not, but it's there. And like I said earlier, there's nothing new in it. It simply takes the information that we had in all the various interim reports. But the very first interim report had the pestle analysis, and I believe with report number 3 had the SWOT analysis. So they are all there.
Councillor Berry.
Follow up, will those be like appendices or something in the report, or are those just for council's information, staff?
It's really up to council and staff how you like to do it. Quite a few of the clients will post it on the website. It's not usually attached as an appendix to the strategic plan because brevity is a virtue in strategic plans. I think you're 11 pages now. And if you attach a long appendix, it can discourage some people from reading it. So it's usually put up as a separate document.
Okay. Other questions or comments about the documents? Councillor Berry.
Just in regards to the environment and stewardship in the, I just curious, in the strategic goals, there is strengthen, promotion, and support of the protection of lake health. And then it's the same language for the strategic action. And I understand that in regards to the goals and the actions, there's probably for council and staff, there's probably another section that we can additionally add as we go forward in our sort of annual updates. But I just wondered if, to me, that just seemed like a repeat opposed to an actual action item. So I just wondered if there was possibility for more specific there.
And I confess I had not noticed that before. And since I wrote it, you think I would have. I will go back and see if I had inadvertently missed something, but I think you're correct. It would read better and look better if if there was some differentiation.
If they're exactly the same.
Yeah, I saw that. It's
Councillor Berry.
And then my final thing, and I could be completely wrong with grammar, but in our vision statement, this is totally minor, but should there be a comma after sustainability where it says committed to sustainability, comma, and? Sorry, I know that's.
I don't think that's necessary grammatically speaking because of the end.
That's.
I think we had some lengthy debate about whether or not to include commas, but I think this is what we eventually agreed to as a group.
Other comments or questions about the plan? Anything that you saw or thought that was missing? Okay, so I guess at this point we would have nothing further but to pass the resolution to receive the draft final plan. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Short-Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives the draft corporate strategic plan for information, and that council approves this corporate strategic plan and directs a bylaw be brought forward to adopt the said plan at its next regular meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the Stanhope Museum Committee update. Wants to speak to that? Councillor Berry?
I can speak to that. We have had a meeting since then. But basically the museum is working really hard at moving forward at marketing the museum because they've kind of agreed not to do Heritage Day, which was a huge marketing sort of thing that brought people in. They're looking at ways to sort of develop a bit of an annual timeline in regards to social media, public events, maybe having some outreach with some other community groups. And the committee is working right now at coming up with a plan, and that should probably come to council, I would say, in the next month or two, in regards to just an overview of what they're doing. And there's a fair bit of ideas and brain work that's going into that, but that's the main thing that we're working on right now. And one of those is, as council has approved, having sort of more input put onto the website. They're looking at really upping their online presence in regards to exhibits. And we've been sort of looking at some work that's been done in another municipality and possibly some grant opportunities. So that's kind of coming forward.
With respect to the minutes, I understand there's a couple of things that we need to discuss, and I'm not sure if we need resolutions or if you have resolutions associated with this, but it's being recommended that we assume the Facebook page that was being maintained by our previous mayor. So I'm not sure if there are any questions or concerns about that. We are also being asked to approve the establishment of I think it's the establishment of an Instagram account. And that the proposal is that various members of the committee have the ability to make posts on that Facebook account. Now, the question I would like to raise is whether that's appropriate or not. We've tried to move towards, posts being made by our communications coordinator. And, I'm a little bit concerned about, too many people having access to a social media account that is one of ours. So I would look to council for comments about that. I mean, I do understand the need and the abilities within the museum committee, but it is a little bit of outside of what we would normally be allowing, given that we have a communications coordinator. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I guess I'd would want to hear a bit more about the rationale for doing it that way, given that we have made this attempt to bring it all under one roof. And there is such a thing as social media fatigue. And if there are a few posts, important posts being put out by the communications coordinator, and at the very same time, there's something coming out from the, from the committee, we could be overloading folks. And I imagine our communications coordinator has a pretty strong eye on how much content to get out and at what time and for what purpose. So my sense, unless there's a different justification that I haven't clocked into, my sense would be to have all of that content be fed to our comms coordinator for sure, but that he determine when it goes out and check grammar and stuff like that.
No, I believe this would be a separate Instagram account specific to the museum. And I think what's intended is that, if there's a special little story that, that someone might normally see in the museum, they can, get a little bit of a tidbit about that. And, it's all a bit of a come to the museum and check it out. But if you can't come to the museum, here's kind of what we're all about. Here's some of the stories that we have to tell. And those would definitely be prepared by members. But I don't see any reason why they couldn't be submitted to our communications coordinator and him do the entering. Other thoughts or comments, Councillor Barry?
I think traditionally, most of the current Facebook have been done internally by committee members. And I think the thought was to continue with that, but having it not just on Facebook, but also with Instagram. And most of the posts have been sort of historical stories. I think that the thought of keeping it with the committee is more just not to put more on Shad that's unnecessary. If there's a need for that, I don't know.
Madam CAO, do you have any comments with respect to that?
Sorry, I have a
Sorry.
candy in
sorry
my
to catch
mouth.
you
I
on-
apologize. Not really. I mean, the existing policy does permit it if council approves it. So it really is up to council whether you want to go that route. It will add to Chad's workload, no question. So it really is. For consistency, certainly council would need to look at whether you would allow that for other committees. Or you want to do one off. So it really is up to council.
I guess the difference to me is because we're being asked to assume the Facebook page that was previously used, that the, how it's used is a little bit different. Councillor Barry?
I think the idea with having it with the township is just, is that it should live with the township. It shouldn't live with a member of the committee. So that's sort of just housekeeping. The other is the content, the other part of that is the content. And I personally feel the content, I'm a follower of the group and I also sit on the committee, but I personally feel that the content that is being put out there is sort of historical museum related. It's not political. It's I think it's one less thing that Chad has to do. And because we're going to be asking Chad for help with putting up some of our online exhibits information and that might be enough, but that's just my thought.
Any other thoughts about that? We'll leave it for now. And you, do you have a resolution there with respect to that? Do you want to maybe read it to us?
Be resolved, council receives the January 15th, 2024 Stanhope Museum Committee meeting minutes for information, and the council approves the recommendations in the said minutes and directs staff to create an Instagram account to be owned by the township and to provide posting privileges for designated museum committee members, and approves the transfer of ownership of the Stanhope Museum Facebook account to the township.
Could I have a mover and a seconder there? Councillor Barry and short read? Did we need a separate resolution to receive their minutes as well? Or was that?
That was on.
Okay, sorry. All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Dorset Museum Committee update. Anybody want to speak to that?
I can speak to that. These are old minutes. There's been a meeting since then. They're continuing to move forward with, their, they're doing, captures of their memories of Dorset, these stories, and they've had a really good turnout and are anxiously awaiting the Dorset Rec Center to open, because currently they've been doing these presentations with the Dorset Lions, and they're oversubscribed. Like we were sort of saying at the committee that we should be advertising these on social media and that, and they're like, no, we're max, like we don't need more people. So really it's the venue that they need. So kudos to them and the hard work that they've done there. I think a lot of what's in here has somewhat been discussed a little bit in budget. And I don't have anything else if anyone wanted to ask any questions.
Any questions on the Dorset Museum update? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, second by Counselor Richards, be it resolved that the January 30th, 2024 Dorset Museum Committee meeting minutes be received for information.
All in favor? That's carried. The next item on the agenda is the request for funding for a contribution to the Dorset Community Partnership Fund Board for the Health Hub by Mr. Rainey. And I note that the one difference, or that they are continuing to ask for the funding to be used for operational purposes as opposed to our historic request that it be used strictly for capital purchases. So I'm looking for thoughts from members of council. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks. We've talked about this most years for the last number of years. I am still open to the idea of unrestricting the funds, but not entirely. I completely understand the slippery slope argument that we shouldn't be funding things that should be funded directly by the Ministry of Health. I absolutely get that. The Health Hub, however, does do things that sit outside of what the Ministry of Health would normally provide for, and that provide a really important service to some of the vulnerable members of our community, and not just in the Dorset area. They extend further beyond that. And I wonder if it's possible for council to consider an unencumbrance, but for only those things which sit outside of operations, but which fill a need in our community. That isn't being filled by anywhere or anyone else, with the stipulation that, as we have discussed in the past, I think we should see some financial records of what it is being spent on. I think that's a very fair request. That would be my position.
I would have to respectfully disagree. I mean, I have disagreed for years. First of all, we don't get solid financial statements or reports, as has been requested over and over again. I'm a little bit concerned. I don't want to take away from the good work that is done there, because they really do, as you've said, have some very interesting programs. However, those programs are outside of anything that's offered by any other health unit, in either Minden or Halliburton. I'm reluctant to see us start going down that slippery slope. And then what happens if they start to use the money for operational purposes? We've always been held a strong belief that the money should be used for capital purchases. They're going to have capital requirements, and if they've used the money for something other than that, then they can come back to us and ask for more or double the money that they've asked. And we've actually offered in previous years, or discussed the possibility of giving them more than the $10,000 if they have a specific capital need. I personally would rather see them put the money in reserve if they don't have a capital need right now, to be used for capital purchases, because we know they're going to have to replace equipment. They're going to have to add equipment at some point in time. I'd rather that we stay the course. Councillor Shortreed.
And I agree as well with the capital, because our community and their community have different boundaries. And the contributions from other communities aren't what we contribute. And there are communities, I'm talking an hour distance from all directions. So I feel that us putting to capital is more fair to our residents than us putting it to expenses for everyone's residents.
Councillor Berry.
I actually agree with the thought of if the money can't be put into a capital project this year, they would still have the $10,000 or whatever we agree upon to go into a reserve for future. But there's also other projects that could be considered, like in regards to some equipment and facility upgrades, like some of those could be considered under
But those are
capital.
capital
Yeah.
projects.
So to me, what they have listed here and what they plan to do, to me, I see it as, with the exception of unrestricted, I see it somewhat falls in here. Like they don't list capital specifically, but they do mention technology, equipment and facility upgrades. So to me, with the exception of operating and staff and expenses, I think we can.
So we're staying the course from what I'm hearing
Yeah.
from you. Okay. So if we could have a resolution then to approve the $10,000 contribution to be used for capital purchases. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillors Richards and Berry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council approves a contribution to the Dorset Health Hub in the amount of $10,000 to be used towards capital projects at the hub.
All in favor? That's carried. And just a reminder to Mr. Rainey that we would be looking for financial statements from last year. Okay, the next item on the agenda is correspondence from the CAO of the county. Excuse me, about the establishment of the Halliburton OPP Detachment Board, which is a new and exciting item. I don't know if anyone, any member of staff was planning to speak to that. Angie, were you planning to speak to it? Okay, I will. You know, this is a long-awaited step, and I say very long-awaited. It's interesting that the province would say that we have to have a detachment board and then make us wait forever and a day to actually put it in place. And when they finally do agree to put it in place, they give us like a month and a half to do it. That's so rather extraordinary. You will see this board does replace the existing CPAC committee. And will work extensively with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee. You'll see the breakdown of the membership. So at this point in time, it says one appointed member of County Council, 4 members appointed by local members of council or local councils, and the thinking was that that would be the 4 mayors. Whether it turns out that way, as we all know, some municipalities move in a different direction than the rest of us. 1 community member that's jointly appointed by the county. So we would put out a call for members of the public who would be interested in sitting on this board. We haven't actually finalized that process, although the county is starting to get some interested parties submitting names. One interesting fact about that is that it cannot be a member of or past member of the OPP. However, it can be a member of another police organization like City of Toronto Police or City of Peterborough Police, which I find interesting because to me, if there's a challenge or concern, you know, with the OPP, you know, having a certain perspective about things, I would think that the same would be the case with other police organizations. But anyway, that it is what it is. So no OPP. Then there will be a provincial appointee that is actually recommended by county council. So that would, you know, probably be drawn from the names of interested parties that that submit their names, although the duration of that appointment would be for a longer period of time. And you'll see that, you know, the terms that are laid out for each one. Now, the one thing that county council has talked about changing or asking the province is that the first member listed is the public member appointed by, or the member appointed by county council. The concern was that county council would appoint one of their members or one of our members. But then if the representatives of the individual municipalities were the mayors, that you'd have duplicate representation. So what they're asking for is to change that to another member of the public, which would in essence have then 3 members of the public on the board, which I think is really a good move, that there'd be more public involvement than what's outlined. And we're anticipating that there will not be a problem with that. But we'll see. The province is unpredictable in some ways. Councillor Barry.
Just clarification in regards to one community member appointed by the county and one provincial appointee. The province is appointing the second one. Is that correct?
But it's on the recommendation of the county
Okay.
council.
Okay.
So there have been several, thoughts about that. Based on who has been actively involved in the CPAC committee and with the police for some period of time. Some names might come to mind. And it's interesting because we're supposed to have the board in place by April 1st, but it's going to take some time for the province to actually approve the member that we recommend. But they've said, go ahead anyway. I don't know what happens if they don't approve the member that we recommend, but we'll see about that. So at the present time, I propose to be the representative on our behalf, given that I'm on the CPAC committee, and we'll see how things go. So we have a resolution to receive the report and to appoint myself. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Or are there any other questions before we go to that? Okay, mover and a seconder, Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council appoints Mayor Danielson as the Township of Algonquin Highlands representative on the County of Haliburton OPP Detachment Board for the Township of Algonquin Highlands.
All in favor? That's carried. Now we did at the last meeting, sort of put everyone on notice that they'd be asked to give us any highlights or particular things that they learned from the Roma conference, any aha moments. I have to confess that, given the delegations that I was responsible to go to on behalf of County Council and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I was not able to attend any workshops at all, which I really find disappointing. Other than for myself to say that, we had some success with our delegations. I find sometimes when you go and make a delegation to the province that you're just getting lip service in return. Thank you very much. Good point. We'll get back to you. And then you never hear from them again. Although we did hear back from several ministers this time, just thanking us for our presentations. And I believe that we made some headway. I will say that both at the county council level and the Wardens Caucus, there seemed to be a general agreement that the delegations are not worthwhile. There's a lot of time spent by a lot of people preparing for them, and there's very little positive benefits coming out of that. And that there seems to be a feeling that we might be better served, at least at the Wardens Caucus, by going to Queen's Park directly and asking for specific meetings and seeing if we have more success that way. Anyway, I would look to members of council to speak to their experience or anything that they wanted to highlight for us. Councillor Barry.
I will say that they did say it was one of the most, like the population that came to the conference was high numbers. So some of the sessions that we wanted to go into, it was standing room only. So it is hard to take notes when you're standing. And that being said, there was some rooms that they actually shut the door and you couldn't even stand in there. So some of the places that we wanted to sort of navigate to were unavailable. So I think I am going to reach out to the rep from the county and just ask about more options in regards to the discussions. But what I did come back from was there was a great panel discussion on food security. And I had no idea, I knew that, food security is a growing concern, but the one fact that came out of there that was sort of mind blowing was that 38% of the people that are using food banks are fully employed, which just sort of goes to show that everyone just doesn't have enough money, and that the recommendations were sort of that municipalities consider developing food policies, which I'd like to give kudos to Algonquin Highlands. They have done some of that work in regards to the OP and bylaws. There was also, you know, I think in the Great Hall, as well as throughout the conference, just ongoing discussions in housing and how housing and food security kind of go hand in hand. So that was just, you know, a bit of a sober thought. One of the sessions I went to was on staff retention, and actually Sabine Matheson gave the presentation and was dynamic. They talked a lot about, which I thought was interesting, was the importance of culture in a community, and how no matter what your job is, if you don't have an engaging community and amenities in the community, it's hard to retain anyone or bring someone new in. But there was a lot of discussion about working cooperatively with internships and universities to bringing people in, and sort of looking at a younger demographic, as a lot of staff are sort of nearing retirement, really bringing people up the ropes of what working in municipalities can look like. So they talked a lot about the benefits of promoting the lifestyle of the community, as well as things like salary, and there was talk about work-life balance, progressive work schedules, and some of those things have been already sort of addressed here. They talked about wellness initiatives and you know, the benefits of leadership training and those type of things, which we're doing all those things, but it was just a good reminder to hear that. The other session that I went to was on just Indigenous partnerships, and they talked a lot about land acknowledgements and how it's like all the municipalities and counties around the province and the country, you know, they've kind of checked that box, but that's all they've done. And so I mean, not, you know, that's sort of a general comment, but just talking about continuing to build relationships, looking at policy development and looking at things with a Indigenous sort of lens. They talked about having projects that are, you know, driven by some Indigenous groups opposed to by municipalities, and having projects that are less performative and more actual, you know, I would say intrinsic. They talked about the importance of language and how just learning language really is an easy way to really speak volume. So I thought that was sort of what I came out with. So overall, that's my synopsis.
Two comments about that. One, I know that I think we spoke at one point not too long ago about the county having the grade 5 class come to the county to sort of hear what we do, and for them to make a bit of a presentation to us. And from my perspective, I think all of county council thought that it was an absolutely fabulous experience, but I've heard feedback from the kids who thought it was absolutely wonderful. And I mean, you know, I know that making an argument to a kid in grade 5 about, look, this is a great place to work. There's all kinds of opportunities for you going forward, all sorts of benefits, good wages, all of that stuff. And we've come to the conclusion that we want to look at inviting older classes or older classes, is that the right word? But, you know, like early high school, you know, when they're starting to really and truly think about what do I want to be when I grow up? So you know, that kind of fits in with that. And, you know, as you say, we're already moving on some things. With respect to Indigenous involvement, I know that, you know, as a member of the EORN board, I went to the Indigenous sensitivity training, and it was a lot of interesting information, and a lot of that reinforcement of we've done a land acknowledgement tick, and that's all we need to do. So, you know, I would look to us to, in our continued discussions about the cultural work plan that we've got, that we, you know, put some emphasis on what other things that we can do to enhance the, you know, cultural awareness, cultural partnerships. I mean, we're going to be talking about a garden at our new park in Dorset. So that's, to me, that's a really great opportunity to start working on that. Comments from you, Councillor Richards?
I ended up in the same room as Counselor Berry a few times, and it wasn't on purpose. But I think it just illustrates what's important to our community and where we ended up. Um, I did find that there was a fair amount this year that maybe wasn't totally relevant to us, or, you know, it was for other municipalities to maybe hear and be very important to them. So I was also with the staff retention with Sabine Matheson. Um, I won't add the same, but I will add to that that I came out of there very much with the impression that we're doing things really well. We've already done a lot for our staff, and so a lot of what we've done were suggestions made to do. So we're moving in the right direction there. Um, on the housing, we have a lot of competition, is what I would add in that, developers are being sought after by many municipalities. And I think our ability to attract those developers would prove to be very difficult for us. Our market is different, and they can get a bigger bang for their buck in the metropolitan areas compared to us. That doesn't mean that we won't have development. We will. It's just more custom, um, you know, uh, single unit development as people want to do and hire a developer to do for them. Which I'm hopeful that our discussion today on housing will be where we need to go in the right direction in getting that affordable housing here. Because I think to compete with developers, they need to charge what is beyond affordable and therefore not what we really need. I also attended the discussion on the health unit mergers. Not a lot was really said. I felt like it was a sales pitch, to be honest. That, oh, don't worry, nothing's going to go wrong. We're, as the province, going to support the health units that want to merge voluntarily, and don't worry about it. Nothing's going to go wrong. It's kind of, so not a lot was said of substance in that presentation. Probably I felt that way kind of overall, and there's not a lot coming from the province in any new ideas or any new supports to help us. And I think municipalities in general, that's not what we wanted to hear. We wanted to hear, yes, we're going to come and support you here, or we're going to stop downloading that there, or we're going to give you new funding for this. And I don't think we heard that at all. So that was disappointing, and I left kind of feeling like, okay, we're going to have to figure this out. And I know it's been mentioned in our budget meetings lately about needing a new deal on property taxes, but I think we really need to also look at other sources of revenue to help us out. And I don't see that it's going to come from the province. One of the other really important things that was discussed was the polarization and division within our communities, and the need to build better communities, have better community engagement between government and our communities. And I think we are also, through our strategic plan, we've had that conversation, and I'm looking forward to us moving forward on that.
Thank you. With respect to the health unit, just for those that are listening, it's just recently been announced that that our health unit will be merging with the health unit in Peterborough. And don't worry about it, it'll all be fine. It's basically what we've heard. So, we look forward to a lot more news in that regard. I was too disappointed that there were no funding announcements, and normally the conferences are when you hear some new funding arrangements that are being made, some assistance for municipalities, and there was nothing. I would urge all members of council, if there's something specific that you think that would be a good workshop for us to have, by all means, reach out to Pam Saney, who is our representative on the board. it's tough. Like I've sat on that board and it really is tough to try and find things that are going to be suitable for everyone. But it just seems like, there needs to be a little bit more input from us. And I know that there has recently been a move or, some desire to once again consolidate the Roma board with the Ontario Good Roads Association, and that is not a good idea, I can tell you right now, unless there's a real big difference in how, if we're having problems with too many people in the room, combining the conferences again is not a good idea. When Roma and Ogre were working together, Roma lost control of the finances. And there were some real challenges there. So, if you hear about consolidating those two conferences again, may not be a good idea, or follow up on it and see what you can find out about it. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thank you. I also was truncated a bit in my ability to attend the workshops because there were 3 delegations that I participated in, which take up more time than one would imagine, given that they only give us a limited amount of time in the room. You still have to get there and wait your turn, and it does take up a big chunk of conference. But there are a couple of things that I'd like to note from the parts that I was able to go to. One was the keynote speaker, Shane Feldman, who talked about building better relationships with community. And it was a good reminder. It was timely in that in our strategic plan, we've also discussed the importance of strengthening our relationships with the community and finding mechanisms for that. And some of the cases that were cited, I think were helpful reminders that there are good practices out there that we can continually be looking at in our own quest to improve our own dialogue with our community. So I appreciated what he had to say on that. The other really interesting thing that came up a couple of times, including in plenary, and then in a side session as well, but which does not have a direct and immediate impact on Algonquin Highlands, it was the advocacy work that Roma is currently doing on what they call trains and drains. There is a concern in Southern Ontario that the CN Rail is going through and creating changes to their railway lines in a way that disrupts either municipal drains or the way that farmers' fields drain off either naturally or through traditional use. Basically, the fields have been constructed in such a way that they drain in a certain way. And CN Rail has come through and is making changes that prohibit those drains, either fields or municipal drains, from working effectively. And the key change of late is that CN is quietly saying, oh, but we're no longer going to cover even a part of the costs of remediating those changes. So for certain areas in Southern Ontario, the municipality and therefore the taxpayer is laden with tens of thousands of dollars in work to change drain structures, and farmers are left with no help whatsoever in trying to remediate farmers' fields because CN has come in and said, no, I don't think we're going to do that anymore. And so far, there is no provision in the Drainage Act which prohibits them entirely from making that call. So Roma is on the case, not only for the folks in Southern Ontario, but also because they see this as a potential slippery slope for large scale service providers. Cell networks, electrical,
Gas
internet,
pipelines.
gas, anyone who has significant infrastructure that cuts through major tracts of rural Ontario, that there will be a precedent set here that they will simply absolve themselves of all need to fund the implications that they themselves are putting forth on those spaces. And for for townships like Algonquin Highlands, we've got a huge amount of space and very few people in it. So it should a major gas line come through, not that I think that would ever happen, but should a major gas line come through, we could technically be on the hook for a huge bill to remediate the problems that are brought about by that. So Roma is on the case, and not only about the Drainage
Act, but also thinking ahead for all rural municipalities for all services. And I was really grateful to hear that. So those were the two pieces that that particularly struck me.
Well, thank goodness we don't have to deal with one of them right now. That's for sure. Well, thank you. I'm not sure that we don't require a resolution for that. It's just received for information. Thank you, and we look forward to the next conference that we go to and learning some more. Next on the agenda is a discussion on the short-term rental bylaw, and our timing is really bad, because I doubt that we will complete this discussion before lunch. So it's going to be a two-part discussion, and my apologies to anyone in the room who's particularly concerned with that. So over to appropriate staff, by all means. Now we'll hear the submission from staff. It is not my intention to for just a second, I thought, where did Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu go? To go through this line by line. I know that we have all read it in depth and in detail, and I know that there's questions that all of us have on specific areas. So I would just, look to deal with the areas of concerns that you have, and see what responses we get and go from there. So I think it's over to you, Kristen.
Thank you. So good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'm here to present the staff report on the short-term rental bylaw. Thank you. As you're aware, this sort of discussion has been ongoing for quite some time. It resided at the county, where county council has had numerous consultations, discussions on drafts, as well as there was a discussion for a proponent to be selected to compliance monitor the program. So at this point in time, I would like to mention that this particular council for Algonquin Highlands did have a presentation on November the 3rd. There was a delegation by Steve Stone and Scott Avell, where that was the first time that this council did see the draft bylaw. Within that, there was I guess two options. The one option being that the lower tier municipalities would administer the bylaw, and all appeal process would be held at the county level. As well in that, again, the proposal for the third party contractor to monitor the service. So I'm here to basically present the bylaw that's been implemented at the county level. It's been downloaded to the municipalities to hopefully adopt as presented, as well as the successful proponent being Granicus, and to, pardon me, to pass the bylaw as drafted today for consistency, as well as award the short-term rental monitoring compliance solution approval to Granicus. So at this point, we have the CBO here, as well as Greg Moore, and the Director of Planning, Sean O'Callahan. So if you have any questions, hopefully this panel can address them.
Thank you. And to your comment about adopting it in its present form, it had been the goal of County Council that, we would have worked long and hard enough on this that it would be adopted, the same document would be adopted by us all. However, that's not happening. As we can see from Dysart have already made some changes, albeit reasonably minor. But some changes, and I know that Minden Hills is contemplating some changes, and I suspect that we too are contemplating some changes. I'm just hoping that the basis, the main licensing, registration, enforcement, forms for the most part are as close as possible, so that there's not too much confusion. My concern is that there are lakes that are, municipalities at either end, particularly, Coagama is Dysart at one end and Algonquin Highlands at another, and there's people in the middle thinking, well, what the heck? How come they get to do that and we don't, or vice versa? So the closer we can stay to the existing document, the better. But having said that, I mean, I've got some thoughts myself about things that need to be changed. Some of them are based on my own thinking, some of them are based on concerns that have been raised by the public. And I would start with, I think it's section 2.2 that talks about the structure being wholly or partially on the shore road allowance. And how we manage that. If I'm not mistaken, we do not refer to licenses of occupation in this. I would like to see us consider that if someone, now this is just the building, not any accessory structures, but if the building itself, the short-term rental is on or substantially on the shore road allowance, that they commit to purchasing the shore road allowance over a period of time. Well, I mean, they could buy it outright, that'd be great. Commit to buying it over a period of time. I think we had discussed that in the past. And in the meantime, take out a license of occupation to legitimize it. It allows them to continue the operation, which was a concern by a lot of operators. But with the license of occupation, you know, in an interim basis, that would allow them to carry on and there'd be a commitment to correct the situation. So I would look to council for thoughts about that. Councilor Richards.
I support that, you know, to upfront, push them in a position to have to purchase it right away. We know it takes time. It is a significant cost. So if we can, come up with a solution in the meantime until that process can be completed, I think that's a good thing. I did notice that, Dysart, reduced fees on that, and I'm it's not substantial fees, but I'm wondering if we're looking to consider that as well.
Well, we have a fee structure for licenses of occupation, if that's what you're referring to. I mean, that would have to come up, I think, under our fees and charges bylaw. Is that maybe we'd get Sean to respond to that?
We would need to update our license of occupation policy to reflect short-term rentals. Now, admittedly, I do have concerns with allowing that. My preference would be purchasing of the shore road allowance. I think a license of occupation should only be used in extenuating circumstances when it's needed, when you're not able to purchase the shore road allowance. We have a process which allows people to purchase it. And I think that would be the appropriate course of action versus having some enter into a license, some enter into purchasing the shore road allowance. It creates some confusion, I think, in administering the policy.
What would your thoughts be on keeping it as you're recommending, but allowing someone, if there are specific circumstances associated with an application, that they be able to go to the appeals committee?
Perhaps, I guess that could be an option. But for sake of clarity, I think putting it forward that you have to purchase the shore road allowance versus having all these other options available, it could be confusing to applicants and staff as far as administering the policy as well.
What would your thoughts be on the a time allowance to purchase the shore road allowance?
So give people have them enter into a commitment to purchase it?
Within, say, 2 years or?
Well, I'm not sure that would go with the legal opinion that was received on that. The risk would still be there to the township as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Thoughts from other members of Councillor Berry?
Just clarification, Sean. So you're saying if they can't purchase the shore road, that they wouldn't be able to apply for a short-term rental license, or that then they could enter into a license of occupation?
No, so what I'm saying is that they would have to purchase the shore road allowance if part of their building or the entire building sits on it. If that option exists to that property owner. If for some reason it does not and only a license of occupation is available to them, then I think they could proceed in that fashion.
Counselor Shortreed, then back to Counselor Richards.
But with a building on the shore road allowance, if they're going to do any major repairs, they're gonna have to purchase it anyways, right?
That's correct.
So, I mean, you can't rent something that's falling apart. Well, you can.
I would hope not. No. Counselor Richards.
So, I mean, my concern, I think that if you have a building on the shore road allowance, you should be looking to purchase it anyways. Because eventually you will need to make repairs or whatnot. But my concern is that purchasing a shore road allowance can take significant time.
And money.
And money. And so if we're only gonna have that as the only option, it could be 2 years by the time they get a surveyor and everything done, and we're not gonna allow them to operate their short-term rental in the meantime because of that. So that's why I really pull back on this, because I don't think that that's fair. I could see a compromise in that, okay, you will still give you the license, but we want you to deal with this. So get the application started or enter into that license of occupation in the meantime with the intention of going through the purchase.
Counselor Shortreed.
But how valid is your insurance on a building that's on public property?
Yeah,
If you have a license of occupation.
No, just as of right today, no occupation.
Oh,
no
so if the
membership,
building is on the shore road allowance,
and you're renting it, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be something an insurance company would need to comment on. If I may, just another comment on the license of occupation. By allowing it for just short-term rentals, it could cause some confusion to the public also, whereas if they come in with no intent of having a short-term rental, but obtaining a building permit for their structure, would they now have that option to enter into a license of occupation versus purchasing the short road allowance?
Well,
think-
I would say no. I mean, there's a difference between trying to improve your house as a residence and operating a business on land that you don't own.
Mhm.
But I really, value the comments that you're making and the concerns that you've got about it. In this is to me, this is a big part of the discussion that's taken place, and problematic for some people. I'm seeing that Dysart is offering the opportunity for a license of occupation, and it sounds to me like Minden Hills is considering doing the same thing from what I heard yesterday. I'm just kind of thinking in the interests of continuity, that we consider having that option. Councillor Barry.
Well, I do think, depending on the land mass, it could be a sizable increase and cost prohibitive to purchase the shore road allowance, where the thing about the license of occupation, it is a little bit more, less of a hit depending on what you're purchasing. So that's my concern there.
But in my mind, the license of occupation would only be an interim measure while they arrange to purchase the shore road allowance, just so that the person wouldn't have to be out of business. This allows them giving them a license of occupation allows them to continue with their operation while they arrange to purchase the shore road allowance. And that's where I was kind of like over a period of time, but Councillor Richards.
I mean, obviously I'm not a legal expert, but I'm pretty sure that the building itself would be insurable, even though it's on the shore road allowance. But and it's also my understanding that most of these structures that are on the shore road allowance are only partially on the shore road allowance, not wholly. I'm sure there could be a possibility that exists, but I think that would be rare.
It's not rare.
Really,
No.
where the whole structure, the entire structure.
Is on the shore road allowance, or half of the building, or even portions of
A
it.
portion, absolutely, but the whole structure, I
Oh,
find hard to
there's.
believe.
quite a
But
lot of-
Muskoka's license of occupation does indicate, for X amount of time where the intent is to purchase the shore road allowance, and it must be done after X amount of time. What I saw was like 10 years in most cases, but
10 years.
yeah, but I'm not suggesting we go that far, but yeah. I mean, because I do think it could be very cost prohibitive for a lot of people out there to just overnight, oh, you can't operate your short-term rental anymore unless you buy the short road allowance. Like that's a very huge unexpected cost.
Councillor Sherwood, I agree.
And I agree too. And I think that if you do both applications at once, that you have the intention to purchase, you're running a business, you're making income, your income from your business is going to help you purchase your shore road allowance. Then in the meantime, you can have a licensed occupation until the process of your shore road allowance purchase is done.
So what do you think is a fair period of time within which one would purchase a shore road allowance? Councillor Sherwood.
Sean, how long does it take?
So the process generally takes a year to complete.
Councillor Berry.
I'm gonna come in high and say 5 years.
Councillor Richards.
I would say I wouldn't accept less than 5 years.
Yeah.
I think that's appropriate. If so many are out there that are gonna have to purchase their SRA because they're running an STR, the surveyors in our community could get backed up quite quickly. So that year time could get a lot longer.
Councillor Berry.
Just in regards to my thought on 5 is there are some people definitely using the short-term rental as a business.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there are definitely people that are operating short-term short-term rental to keep a property in their family. So it's not just a financial thought. So my thought is for the people that are trying to keep a property, to pay the taxes, to keep the overhead, that's a big hit. So I would like to allow a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Keeping in mind, though, that they are renting a building out that is on land that is not theirs.
Mhm.
And that's kind of where I get stuck. So, I mean, I'm hearing 5 years. I can live with that. I can see Sean's eyebrows going, well, oh my gosh. Are you clear on what it is we're looking for? What I would like to be able to do today, if we can agree, is to pass the bylaw today as amended. So I want to be clear that you understand exactly what it is we're looking for. So they have the option of a license of occupation with a commitment to purchase the shore road allowance within a 5-year period. And we will try and stay away from every slippery slope that we can. Okay,
Sorry, just
go ahead.
on that. So just so council is clear, staff will need to develop a new policy for license of occupation specific to short-term rentals, since one does not currently exist. So it's clearly spelled out what direction staff will be implementing this. So that'll have to come back to council for approval.
Okay. I mean, if it has to come back, it has to come back. Probably be some people that are happy to hear that the license of occupation has to come back to council. Councilor Berry.
And with that, if they can't purchase the if they can't purchase the short road allowance, then they can enter into a license of occupation.
They have to commit to buying the shore road allowance at some point in time, like within the 5-year term that we've just agreed to.
Okay.
If they're going to continue to rent the place out.
Okay.
Sorry, just, I think I understand your question.
Yeah.
So if, for example, on North Shore Road, if somebody's cottage was located on the other side, the water side of the road,
Mhm.
where they're not able to actually purchase the shore road
Mhm.
allowance ever, would they be able to enter into a license of occupation and continue on with the short-term rental?
No. I mean, because they can't buy the shore road allowance. If we're saying you can have a license of occupation so that your business can continue until you purchase the shore road allowance within a 5-year term, you can't say that. I mean, so then you're giving somebody the right to have a license of occupation for ever. And I don't think that's what we're saying.
I just need some clarity on that. We're only requiring them to purchase the shore road allowance if the actual dwelling unit where people are sleeping is on the,
On the shore
on the
allowance,
shore road allowance.
which shouldn't
So
be the case.
it's not
in-
about gazebos and docks.
No, it's
you know,
about the primary building.
It's about the primary building only as far as the short-term rentals are concerned. So my question to that is, do we have properties that are on the shore road allowance?
That
On
are
North
across the
Shore
road?
Road that are being operated as STRs where we can't sell
Not that I'm aware of, but I just wanted to put that example out there. So if they're not able to purchase the shore road allowance, what I'm hearing is they would never be able to have a short-term rental then if that option to purchase is not there, but the option for a license. Is.
Unless there was an ability for them to go to an appeal board. And I don't know how, I mean, I can't see that would be a fair thing to do. Because then we'd have people coming back to us and saying, well, how come I've got to buy the shore road allowance and you're letting them do something entirely different? Like I'm
Yeah.
hoping to keep this as clean as we can.
And I'm sorry to go back to the point and we'll certainly implement whatever council directs, but that again is why staff are not supportive of the license of occupation to begin with. And if the purchase option is there, I think that's the only option that should exist.
I think
But-
we're trying to do the best we can with the, you can do this for a period of time, you know, I think that's a step that's moving in the direction that people are hoping for. It's fair. It's allowing people to continue their business and, you know, sorry about your luck if it's otherwise. So we do want to stick with the ability for them to have a license of occupation for a period of time. Pardon me? Madam CAO.
I just want to make sure that just though the correct amendments are made to the bylaw is if the shore road allowance is not purchased within 5 years, it will,
Their
the
license is
license,
revoked.
okay. That's what I'm after, because that will need to be included as well. And is council interested in, I know you've said commitment to purchase, but is there some legal document that should be, maybe I'm looking at Sean for that, but that they will need to sign to commit to that?
Yes. Otherwise, it's not a commitment, and if they're not prepared to sign some kind of documentation committing to it,
Thank you.
you can't hold them to it otherwise. No, this is the only way, by having some kind of documentation that they are committing to it. I mean, if their circumstance change, there's an appeal process that they can come back to us. But I mean, otherwise you're going to have people coming in and saying, oh yeah, I'll buy my shore road allowance, and they have no intention of doing that. Sean?
I think Greg just said is we could ask that they include an application to purchase the shore road allowance at the same time, and then that's their process concurrently. That way the application is at least started for the shore road allowance. I do have concerns with a 5-year time frame being permitted. I think it's something that they should really be pushed along to continue on with. Right now with our shore road allowance closing policy, if it's inactive for a period of 1 year, it's considered to be no longer an active application. So I would respectfully suggest a year time frame be put on that, and if an extension is required, they can write into staff or council, and that file can be extended further.
Councillor Shortreed.
That was just my question, if we could have a renewal at the end of it.
Oh, okay. Councillor Richards.
I think it needs to be more than a year. I mean,
I would have initially have said, I mean, you both said 5 years. I'm prepared to go along with that. I can see, you know, there's a strong point with you. I personally, I would have said 2 years, and that's kind of, there's me in the middle again.
it's a big financial hit to people.
I know,
who-
but some of these folks are making,
Some,
considerable.
but not all.
no, not all.
And that's a substantially big financial hit.
Well, we need to decide. Councillor Berry?
I do think that it is a financial hit to some more than others, and trying to find that middle balance. I think holding them to the fire whether it's by starting an application, I think, you know, with the intent to purchase is no different than a lot of the, what is it in here? Not the acknowledgements, but what's the term they're calling it?
Self-attestation.
Yeah, like,
The fact that they have the ability to extend, you know, I mean, that it doesn't, if it normally it would expire at the end of a year, but they do have the ability to renew that application or to extend it. And I mean, we've seen applications be extended in more than once, which does provide for that concern that you've got about timing. Sean?
And sorry, just to clarify that when it would expire. So as long as the file's active and there's ongoing communication, then it's still considered an open file. So they don't need to formally request an extension. It carries forward as long as we're aware of where they're at in the process. And it just doesn't sit inactive at all for 1 year.
I just would refer, I value your concerns about the cost burden. I would just remind you about the most recent document received on estimated revenues from that, you know, that there's in some cases, there's a lot of money involved. I'm going to go to Councillor Richards and back to you.
Is the survey required to do the application, or is that come later?
An application to close the shore road allowance.
Mhm.
It's not required to make the application, but it's required soon after it goes to council for approval in principle.
During the process.
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Berry.
just writing some numbers down here. What is the application fee to purchase the SRA?
So the application fee is $750. There's a $2,250 legal deposit. Then there's the cost of the survey. And then the actual cost of the land is 70 cents a square foot.
It's a lot of money. It's just to say.
So just so I'm clear in regards to, you know, people want to know, okay, how can I do this? So would they have to, if they were purchasing the shore road allowance, they would have to pay these fees on top of the application fee for the
Short-term rental,
rental.
yes.
And that would be the same if they went, I guess I'm trying to figure out how would the fees work out if they were going to do the license of occupation temporarily and then go to purchase their short turnarounds. I'm like, what are the dollar figures there?
So that's something we'll have to develop, but there'll be 3 separate applications now that staff will have to process, 3 different application fees. There'll be a renewal fee for the license of occupation. Because there'll be 3 separate processes that they're going through now.
It's part of the process of doing business. It really is. And protecting the municipality. So we've got a number of other items to, like, are we reasonably within, are we in agreement with what Sean's recommending, that they apply for the shore road allowance? That application can be renewed as long as there's ongoing, you know, so that it could ultimately be a number of years before they actually have to come up with the money to buy it. They would have to pay the application fees. Sean?
And so with the license of occupation, there'll also be the annual fee associated with that. So there are still the substantial costs, and they're ultimately going to end up having to purchase it. Whereas if they just had to purchase it, they're delayed a year, but it's only the one cost.
Keeping in mind, we're talking about buildings that are on the shore road allowance. This isn't applied to everybody. Councillor Berry.
Was it my understanding that Dysart has done something in regards to they're paying a $500 fee for their short-term rental and an annual $500 fee until they've purchased their shore road allowance? Is that the way that they've sort of worked that out? So they're not paying all those application fees initially? Like eventually they would have to, because they would enter into the purchasing. What I don't want to see is that we're charging that amount of money for 3 separate applications.
But it is 3 separate applications. Councillor Richards.
As far as I understood, they did reduce it from 750 to 500 on the license of occupation fee for a short-term rental. And
So
then,
that's two different, oh, they don't have the same license of occupation.
so they were not forcing, it's, you can go with the license of occupation or you can go with the purchase, not forcing the purchase after X amount of time to avoid the license of occupation. They just had the two without restriction. What they did was they reduced the application fee on the license of occupation to $500, but still had the annual fee of $500 to keep it. From what I heard.
We're never going to be able to, do exactly what the other municipalities are doing. I mean, obviously, we're going to have to bring the license of occupation process back for discussion.
So the way I envision it is it'd be a separate policy for license of occupation specific
Okay.
to short-term rentals.
So we'll have an opportunity to look at that. Okay, so the next item that I wanted to talk about, it's actually it's lunchtime. And my apologies, this conversation is going to carry on. We'll have the discussion after lunch, but I want to talk about the age restrictions as it relates to occupancy. And just a thought about children 2 and under. I don't believe should be included the same as, I don't think they have anywhere near the same impact on the septic system that an adult or even a teenager does. So we will we'll call a break for a half an hour, come back at 1:52. Welcome back to the meeting and our ongoing discussion about short-term rentals. So the item that was most recently raised was the for purposes of occupancy, if council would consider not adding children from 2 and under to that equation. I'm hearing 2 nods. Councillor Richards? Are you good with that?
I'm good with 2 and under. I do see the point to the septic capacity above the age of 2 not really being impacted much. But I definitely have sympathy to 12 and under being considered not included in that occupancy. So I don't know if we're willing to increase the age from 2.
At the risk of sounding a little bit crass, it would strike me that a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old would have a similar impact on a septic system as an adult. Not far off, like where is it? I think that we're hearing other communities considering 2 and under, that if we can agree to that we're at least allowing some leeway against the recommendations of a number of people. That's just, I think there's 3 of us saying we're good with 2 and under. So if you can live with that for now, okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to die on that.
Is there any issue or question about that? That one's clear?
No, that's clear. We can make that change.
Okay. There has been concern raised about the, and I might be a little bit out of order here, but about signage, posting of signage on the property. I know that initially there was some concern by operators that they believed that the sign needed to be at the end of the driveway. It was clarified by the county planner that the sign just needed to be posted on the property outside somewhere on the building, which alleviated some concerns, but I know that there has been some discussion about removing the requirement for a sign. I know that there's been some discussion about, the invasion of privacy, personal information. To me, if there's a registry of the properties, that information's out there, and most people know there's a short-term rental operation going on anyway, but I look to council for thoughts on the requirement for posting a sign. This is on the outside. It's definitely got to be on the inside.
Yeah, I support it being taken out on the outside. I think, yeah, it's advertised, but there's people that are looking for opportunities that maybe aren't aware of the rental, but you've just now put a sign on the building saying that we rent. We're not here, that type of thing.
Councillor Richards.
I would support not requiring a sign on the outside of the building. I don't see the point in it. In the initial discussions where it was something that could be utilized, that the discussion has altered that, so I no longer see the point in having it posted on the outside anywhere.
Mr. O'Callaghan.
Just to clarify what the intention there was, I believe it was twofold. One, to identify for those who are renting the property, so they can easily locate
Find
that. But also, if there is an issue with that property, a member of the public could easily identify it and report that to the township if need be, without having to trespass on the property. Because we did include here that it has to be located near the 911 sign, so visible from the public road.
Well, I mean, that doesn't preclude somebody who wants to put a sign up from putting a sign up. I mean, if they're, proud of their Airbnb or their short-term rental, that, they can do that if they want. Thoughts on that, Councillor Barry?
I don't know if there's a way it could be worded where it's a recommendation, but not a requirement.
Councillor Shortreed.
I just worry about when they're vacant and also when there's problems and neighbors want to know that it is a rental and how to go about solving the situation, whether it's fireworks, a bonfire, things like that.
That shouldn't matter whether it's a rental or not, if there's a
No.
concern,
True, yes, no.
because normal residents create problems.
Because that's the only reason you really need a sign in my mind is when there's a problem,
So you're agreeing that the sign is not
necessary.
required? Okay. That's agreed upon. Parking surface. I know that it says hard surface such as, which could be hard packed ground. Right, or yes?
Sorry, just going forward, if we could just reference the section of the bylaw.
Oh,
we're
that's
talking about for the-
6.6.
6 points, thank you.
Councillor Barry.
I support the parking plan and allowing knowledge of or indication of how much parking is available. But I think the surface shouldn't be mandated.
Kristen.
If I may, through you, Mayor, concern from bylaw that generally is raised is vehicles that are parking on the grass surfaces that potentially could be parking on the septic that's unknown. So at least if there's some sort of a hard surface that's sort of the parking area recommended, I believe that was the intention behind that, to make sure that there's not vehicles sort of parked wherever they chose. And yes, hard packed gravel, we see it a lot of times up here. People don't have paved driveways, they just have gravel or hard packed dirt or soil, but at least it's something that everyone else is understanding where they're supposed to park and potentially limit the idea of being on the grass or on a septic by accident.
That's a good point. I had not thought about the parking on the septic system. Sean.
And just adding to that, the zoning bylaw also defines parking spaces, and I believe it alludes to having to be a hard surface as well, so.
I think the fact that it says hard surface is enough in itself. It's not saying you must have gravel, you must have pavement. It's just a hard packed surface. Councillor Barry.
Can we remove the word similar, just hard surface? Like when I see similar, it's saying gravel, paving, concrete, interlocking block. And wouldn't some of that be, because isn't there somewhere in here that it talks about like a parking plan? Wouldn't that be indicated in regards to like a site plan of where the septic is?
That's true.
Seems redundant. It seems redundant.
Or we could say, which could include hard surface,
Yeah.
which could also include gravel.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good with that. In section, I think it's 837, it talks about refusal and revocation of the permit. And suggests that that be final. I guess I know that there's been a number of concerns with respect to that and whether there would be a time frame attached to that or whether it could be subject to appeal at some point in time. So I guess that was one of the points that was raised to me and I felt that I needed to raise here. Thoughts on that?
Sorry, which section was that?
837.
8.3. I don't see an 8.37.
8.3C.
Sorry. 8.3. Well, it's in 8.3 somewhere. Talks about so it's 8.3C. That it's the director that's making the decision and ultimately after review that the decision would be final and binding. But I didn't see anywhere where there was some ability after a period of time, if somebody had resolved issues and if there's any allowance for comeback on that. I'm just looking for comments. Kristen.
My understanding there is, as what was provided to us, if there's a chart in there and it does say permanent license revocation, so there is no defined timeline. However, again, there is the appeal committee at the county level. So
Even though it says.
I'm not sure if that was the intent, that once you hit your 3 demerit points, we can no longer, like, it's done at our level, and then you may have to appeal to the county. And
Okay, as
again,
long as there's the
council could-
ability for appeal, I mean, I'm good with that. For it to be, forevermore, might not be fair, particularly if it's a decision by one individual. And when it comes to the reference to director, I mean, that might be a municipal employee or it might also be the firm that we contract. I'm assuming that they would be included in the director. Go ahead, Sean.
And just for further clarification, so my understanding is that yes, the license would be permanently revoked, so they could apply, but the township would not approve it, and then they could appeal that decision to the appeals committee.
Okay. Councillor Barry.
Just following up with that, I did have a question mark on director. Is that the common term?
So
It's defined.
yes, it's the CAO is the director and then or designate.
Okay.
It could be
So the
designated.
or designate would also include the company that's employed to do the administration portion of it. That's my assumption.
And staff as
As
well.
designate, great. The next item that I've got is the issue about entry and inspection and the expectation that there would be some notice.
Sorry, which
Oh,
section?
I'm sorry. I think it's number 11. Yeah, it's under 11.
11 what? There's a lot of them.
Well, I'm just concerned about there being some notice provided. I mean, the example was given to me that, I mean, that there's, Kristen.
Mayor Danielson, to the best of my knowledge, it does not include, any timeline. specified in the bylaw. So
But
if
that's what I'm looking
if
for.
that's council's intention to have a time frame put in, that we could do
That,
that.
that's kind of
Yeah.
where I'm going with this,
Yeah.
is that there really should be some notice provided, that there is not somebody, banging on your door and expecting to be let in immediately, depending on I can see it from a bylaw perspective, but I'm also looking at the whole issue of privacy in their homes, 24 hours notice, 12 hours, whatever, count whatever we can agree to, there should be some notice. Sean?
Yeah, and certainly staff would never show up unannounced. It does say it has to be a reasonable time, so we would be reaching out to these property owners, but for council, council's comfort, we can certainly include a timeframe, whatever you direct.
What do council believe is reasonable notice? Is this 24 hours sufficient depending on the circumstances? Or is it too much time?
24 is fair.
Councillor Richards?
Just to clarify, in my mind, are we talking about an inspection due to an emergency situation? Or are we talking about just a general inspection of the property as required by the bylaw? Because 24 hours, somebody could be overseas at the time. That's pretty short notice for just a general inspection. If it's an emergency situation, totally different
Different.
story.
Yeah. Sean?
So a licensee is required to have someone able to respond to the property within 24 hours. So they have to, if they're not able to themselves, they could designate someone else, but someone has to be able to attend that property within 24 hours. Otherwise, that's a demerit point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for an emergency. Or a bylaw complaint, but I think
To come
we're
and do
looking for
a building
something like on
inspection.
just a regular inspection type thing, where 24 hours is pretty short notice for that.
So are we satisfied with the way it's worded now, or should you want to include some specific time frame for?
I'm happy with what Dysart's done of 15 days notice for a general inspection. For an emergency situation, like we've said, 24 hours is in the bylaw is acceptable.
I think 15 days is too much. Yeah. I mean, if one of our staff want to do an inspection and they say they'd like to be able to schedule it within the next week, and the person says, well, I'm not going to be here until such and such, I'm quite sure the staff are going to say, well, okay, we'll work something out. But I just wanted to get away from the thinking. It seemed to me that there is some thinking that that there's going to be somebody banging on your door saying, I'm coming in to inspect your house without any notice at all. And I definitely want to get away from that, but 15 days, I think, is too much. Councillor Richards, Councillor Barry, I'm sorry, my apologies. I truly have to answer this just quickly.
Kristen, what what kind of notice were we giving to do the septic inspection?
I'm sorry, but that I'll have to default to the CBO.
Kind of notice are we giving for the septic inspection? Oh, for our current program.
Can we just hold the discussion for just 1 minute? I'm sorry.
Sure.
No, this is not the norm. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Our current program, when it first started out, there was ample time. Because letters had to be sent out, constituents had an opportunity to pick their time, so on and so forth. This last year where we had to clean up the program had ended and we needed to clean it up. We did request that a homeowner be on site at a certain time, but the letters were sent out again to that, so it was weeks notice, yeah. So, and I know where the wording's coming from for the entry and inspection, because that's typical wording with most bylaws, but the most acts, sorry. Building Code Act being one, whereas a reasonable time is typically defined as 6 in the morning till 9 at night. And with property standards, we're allowed to enter for the purposes of carrying out typically a complaint. So we wouldn't be giving notice. We would like to. So that's why the wording's there, but this is a different scenario. So council is certainly welcome to amend the timeline. of when we
And I
enter.
think we're talking about basic inspections, not in the case of an emergency.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, and again, with the with our current septic, yeah, there's weeks that they have noticed because it takes us time to generate the letters and get the feedback back from the constituents.
Thoughts? Councillor Berry?
I think, especially if there's property owners that aren't living in the county, I think 2 weeks is reasonable.
Oh, can you say your microphone?
Sorry, I think especially if there's property owners that are in needing an inspection and they're not living here, that, you know, I think anything less than 7 days is hard maybe to conceivably come if you want to be here if you want to be there for the inspection.
I could go with 7 days. At least we're putting something in here, giving them notice, as opposed to just showing up, which is not the intention, but it's how people read and interpret the document.
Yeah, I would support 7 days with the opportunity to, you know, navigate that to the best of our ability.
I think that that's the way we operate. Sean, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna work on some wording, but I came to mind perhaps within 7 days, something like that. Well, yeah, we'll craft something.
Okay. There has been a question raised about wet certification and the fact that insurance requires wet certifications for insurance purposes. And we are requiring it too. And my thinking was, well, if you have to have it for insurance, then you can easily present documentation showing that you've got wet certification. So I don't have a problem leaving it in the bylaw, but I think that, you know, that's something that we want to discuss. Sean?
And that's in the declaration, is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have the section on that. It was raised to me kind of after I didn't have the bylaw in my
I
hands.
believe it only shows up in the declaration, if I'm correct, which
For
is
the requirements of inspection.
Yeah.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So I guess I'm looking for thoughts on that. I mean, it's absolutely necessary that there be a wet inspection on the unit. And it should be a simple matter if you've had it done for your insurance purposes to be able to provide that to us as well, that it's been done. Rather than saying I don't need to do it because my insurance has got it without proving that. Councillor Berry.
Just in regards to that, if we're asking for proof of insurance, would that be supplied by the insurance company? Like I don't know what, when we're asking for proof of insurance, what that entails, because I think if it's already covered on the insurance, which I would imagine it would be, do we need to ask it in 2 places?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, the insurance, we're not going to be privy to the actual policy. So that would be up to the homeowner to declare whether or not they had a wood burning appliance in the unit. And you're right, though, most insurance companies will require a wet certificate, but maybe not all. So a wet certificate, if I had it once on file, as far as I'm concerned, that's enough unless something changes with the wood burning appliance. So, and I believe, does it say that there's they're just looking for a report within the last 5 years. So yeah, it's not an ongoing maintenance issue. So
We're not saying it should be recertified.
Correct.
It's like if you can prove it's been wet certified.
correct.
There have been some circumstances, I think we heard earlier on, there's been some circumstances where there's a wood burning appliance, is that the right word?
Mhm.
And the person has insurance, but they haven't had the
certification. I'm just, we just
Mhm.
don't want, we want to make sure that the units are safe, particularly fire safe. Go ahead.
So clarification, if you've had it installed longer than 5 years, you wouldn't need to supply that? Like if, I'm thinking if you had a certification 10 years ago, when you installed the fireplace, how would you meet the requirements if they're asking for having it within the last 5 years? You'd have to get another one?
So through you, Mayor, as per the written document, yes. That would be up to you to decide now as to whether your 10-year-old wet certificate would be valid at this point in time, which my opinion, it would be. Nothing's gonna change. Unless you've altered it. in
Or
some-
what if there had been changes made to the building in the meantime?
Well, that's the thing. If there's been changes made to the appliance of the building, then yes, a recert would be an issue. It would be in order, but if nothing's changed, a wet certificate would be valid today. But that's up to council.
Councillor Richards,
I think what needs to be removed there is just the 5 years. Leave the wet certificate there,
as a requirement, okay.
but not say that it needs to be within the last 5 years.
We good with that? Okay. Well, we've got 3 of us that are.
I just want clarification. First of all, I don't know where we're reading it.
I'm trying to find it. We're talking about it.
Okay.
So it's on page 87 of the agenda, in the declaration after the application. It's
In the declaration, in the renter's code of conduct, in in the application.
just after the application,
Okay.
so it's where they have to do their attestation.
Is it possible to remove the 5 years and/or have it indicated in your homeowner's insurance policy? Like if you've shown it to your home insurance policy, that would be indicated that you've proven it to them? Do we need to find the certificate and have it shown here as well?
Sean and then Kristen.
I'm not sure we would have the entire policy in front of us that may detail the wet certification, so I think it's important that we keep them separate.
Kristen.
Perhaps if I could through you, Mayor, I personally have 2 wood burning appliances and the wet certification specifies the exact model. And it specifies exactly how far away it has to be from, the walls and whatnot. But on my policy, all it strictly says is that I have a wood burning appliance. So if all of a sudden they've put in a really old wood stove or altered the wood stove and it doesn't match, the insurance policy doesn't know that you've changed the appliance. The wet certification proves beyond a doubt what appliance is supposed to be there. So I think it's a matter of liability and covering both bases, because I think if it was just strictly relying on someone's insurance policy, sure, they could be paying the rate, but we don't know that that appliance has actually been inspected, and it's all about safety and liability.
Okay, one more time.
Yep. So going on to the next one, it says that there's an annual inspection be completed. Wouldn't some of that be covered in the inspection? Because they're saying the chimney, the flue pipes inspected, cleaned and utilized.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, that is a completely different requirement. That's just and really a normal homeowner would be inspecting their chimney a lot more times than once a year. We're just kind of requiring that it's been inspected at least once a year.
By the homeowner?
By it's whatever's depicted. I would think a professional would be utilized in this case so that we're covered.
A professional like
Chimney sweep or chimney installer that does that sort of service.
Councillor Richards.
But it doesn't say that it's by a professional. It just says that the inspection has been done. So I kind of do agree that that is something that should be done by a professional, but I think we need to make that clear. The one following it though too, the HVAC systems, to me, that's something completely different. And do we really think that that's required on an HVAC system?
We're trying to cancel a meeting that's supposed to start. Well, we're still going to be in council and somebody's just being a little bit obtuse.
To answer the HVAC question, I would think to Kristen's point, she just whispered to me that, propane might be a reason for an annual inspection on HVAC. That would be the only reason I could see that being written in there. Because that is a normal requirement of most propane appliance owners.
Councillor Berry,
And what about places that don't have an HVAC system? That would just be not necessary?
I would assume.
It's not clear.
Councillor Richards, sorry.
Yeah, it's really not clear, especially that, they may have HVAC for air conditioning only. And then, electrical baseboards for heating, so I don't see that a lot of places would even be applicable to that. So maybe what we need to change there is some wording around the safety of propane. But otherwise, I think this is just going too far.
Councillor Berry,
Would both of those inspections, the chimney, the pipe and the HVAC? Sorry.
In regards to both of those annual inspections, are those something that the municipality would normally do on any residence? And, or is that something that would be normally asked from your insurance company? Just trying to find something there.
Yeah, I am unsure of the insurance company requirement, and we would not be asking for that generally.
Sean,
I think a lot of these are just generally good practices for homeowners to implement, and this is just putting that in writing so that anyone who's renting out their property is following these generally accepted good practices.
Councillor Richards.
I think that's probably the intent. But it doesn't read that way. And so,
What do you suggest?
well, to me, actually, all of these things could be covered by a fire inspection. And so we could deal with it that way rather than have it separately required here.
Thoughts from staff? Sean, then Kristen.
I'm not sure a fire inspection would, I don't think the inspection of an HVAC unit is generally
fire
part of a
inspection.
Fire inspection.
Kristen.
And through your mayor, just to follow back on, this is their declaration. So this is sort of allowing them to be able to do it, to swear to it, to declare to it that they're going to do this, because ultimately it's about public safety and there will be people using and renting those places. So if we're adding on another inspection, then I think it takes away from the whole premise of how this bylaw was drafted, that we're allowing this based on their declaration and their testament that they will do these things to keep the public safe. And so we're just making sure that we have a copy of that. They're swore to it, and then the municipality is indemnified and saved harmless on any liability claims.
So they've committed to doing the inspections at some point in time. They've acknowledged that they're going to do that. We're not saying it has to be done before the license is issued. Councillor Berry.
Would there be a follow-up on that? Like, I'm thinking when they renew their license, would there be a check and balance to see if they've done these things because it's an annual request?
Sean.
So they're only required to check off that they have completed this work. So the only time they would need to actually produce proof of that is if requested by the township.
Is that the intent of the township?
I don't believe the intent would be for each individual license, but I think requesting it on some is, just a spot check to see how certain properties play out versus the information that they provided to us, just to make sure that everything is in fact in place.
Okay. Are we on the same subject?
Well, it's the same report, but it's a different box.
Okay,
And annual record testing, maintenance of all smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. Some of those are hardwired into the buildings now. How does that work? How does that work in regards to checking that off?
A hardwired, well, every year, you should be checking them anyway, and they do have, expiry dates on them, so when the unit expires, it will chirp. I don't know if you've ever experienced
Yeah.
that or not. But
And
it's
it
the same
won't
as a
stop
battery one.
chirping.
Yeah.
and it won't stop.
Yeah, it won't stop. It's the same as a battery one. A hardwire one, you should test it once a year anyway, and it's just simply pushing the button and making sure they're all interconnected and working. As well as, a lot of them are gonna be battery, I'm assuming. And then the, fire department, recommends every 6 month battery change, so.
Okay.
They're just attesting to that they've done that.
Okay, other concerns, that's, as far as I can see, that was my list of things that I wanted to make sure that we followed up on, but are there other specific concerns in the bylaw? Counselor Barry.
Yes, in item 5E sorry, bear with me, the license. Yes, in the license code of conduct and acknowledgement. 5E, entry and inspection of any officer or designate and any accompanied authorities or agent of the municipality may occur as outlined in the bylaw for the purposes of, I have an issue with, or I need clarification for item 5E.
5(1)(e).
5E.
So
5,
Yeah,
as in
5.
Edward.
5E is where an owner or the applicant is an individual. Proof of the owner or applicant is at least 18
18 years
years
of
of
age.
age.
No, sorry, I'm reading the license code of conduct.
Oh, sorry.
The licensee.
What section is that?
5E, as in 5 Edward. In the code of conduct. It's called the license code of conduct.
It's the,
Section 5 is licensing requirements.
it's the last page of the report. In the code of conduct, it's separate from the actual.
Oh, okay, it's not part of that.
It's it's kind of vague.
Sorry,
It's kind of vague. Did you find it?
no.
It's, okay, so when you go into the building bylaw enforcement business, it's the bottom one, number 4, license code of conduct.
Like as part of the bylaw?
No, it's not part of the bylaw. It's one of the attachments.
It's page 90 of the agenda.
Took me back to eye compass.
It's just saying that.
Okay.
Would you mind reading it out?
Yeah, early entry and inspection by any officer or their designate and any accompanying authorities or agent of the municipality may occur as outlined in the bylaw and for the purposes of, they list out a bunch of purposes such as carrying an inspection, determining compliance, complaints, compliance. And then E is requiring a matter or thing to be done. To me, I would hope that that could be covered in the above letters.
When we talked about the amount of time that would be given for entry, if
Mhm.
we've already talked about that.
Just item E says it's just listing requiring a matter or thing to be done. It's kind of vague.
Kristen,
So through you, Mayor, that's sort of standard verbiage with like, sort of bylaw enforcement, because if an officer goes in and they see something that is required to be done, we can't spell out every possible matter or thing that we might find or encounter, but that will be spelled out in a notice of violation or an order to comply. We will specify the time frame. We'll specify the violation, what we require to be done, what matter we're attesting to. It's I know it seems kind of vague, but there's no possibility we could list every scenario that we may run into. So it is fairly standard.
and there's a set process associated with that.
Yep, going back
Not
to
just-
policies and how enforcement staff do their jobs.
You're not just gonna march into the house at any given time and say, you've got to do this.
But I
No.
think my trouble with it is I would think that that would be captured by compliance or inspection.
Sorry.
I think in most cases it would, but this is just a fail-safe, just. I don't see it really having any additional harm. Anything it benefits the municipality, just so it's completely captured. Like Kristen has said, it's hard to spell out each possible scenario in the bylaw.
I'm just wondering.
Does anyone else have a concern with that section? That it should come out? I don't think we can, I mean, you can't quantify it. Comments from other members of council?
I certainly see the perspective. It does somewhat alarm and concern me too. Except for the fact that I don't believe that our bylaw enforcement officers go about anything that they could potentially lead to a problem. I mean, it's very difficult for us to, take legal actions when we do need to. So, I just don't see our bylaw enforcement officers abusing it. And if they feel, and the legal advice we've been given feels that it needs to be there,
And there's a process
and
associated
there's a
with that.
process associated with it,
Okay. Other separate items?
So in the bylaw on page 6.
Sorry, on bylaw, in the bylaw on page 16 in the table of demerit points. Item 15 says failure to respond within 60 minutes. However, there's no number put with that demerit point.
Oh,
I just wonder if that was missed in the.
yeah, we'll clarify what should actually be there.
Can you say what should actually be?
I
there?
believe I read somewhere in the bylaw, it said 1 demerit point, but it doesn't follow through on the form.
I suspect that's what the intent was for 1 demerit point, because it's also 1 if they if they fail to attend the property within 24 hours. So, but we'll confirm that and report back.
Thanks. And thanks for bringing that one up. Yeah, go ahead.
I did speak with staff about this, but I just wanted confirmation in regards to the fire safety plan. It was explained to me that it's not really, it's in the glossary of what's expected, but it's not really written out of what is expected. It was explained to me that it would be similar to what you would see in like a hotel room of like, here are the stairs, here's the elevator, that type of thing. Here's where your fire extinguishers are. My request is that there be an example of what a fire safety plan would look like for the person that's applying, just so they know how to draw one. That was just more of a comment than a question. I'm a visual learner, so it would be nice to see what a fire safety plan looks like, so I could draw that up or do it on a computer, but.
Can we have something like that sort of made up as a general example?
I suspect that would be easy for us to incorporate into the
Okay.
bylaw. Yeah.
Consultation.
Council agree with that? Okay. Carry on.
I'm getting close. So the last, one of the proof of ownership,
Oh, right, I was gonna bring that up. sorry.
there's a few examples, and one of the things that I asked about is, could that be a tax bill?
Sorry, which section?
I actually don't have it written down. It's just it's written and a question mark on my
It listed
page.
certain specific
I
documents.
think it was probably in the application, if I can remember, judging from where my note is.
Our CAO, I think, has a comment about that.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor. The challenge with the tax bill is sometimes you could have a change of ownership that may not be reflected on a tax bill yet, but it would be on the deed. So I would recommend that we leave the deed piece in there.
Sean,
And those are very easy to access online. The registry office is completely online now, so it just takes a matter of minutes to print that off.
Councillor Berry.
Is there a fee?
There is a small fee to access those documents. Yeah.
Because the fees do add up. The wet certification fee, the deed fee, all of the fees, they, consecutively do add up.
Sean.
They're not going to have to go through that process every time. They may already have that documentation on file, but I think it's important that we have the most accurate ownership information available to us when they make application.
Now, what if somebody had their tax bill and their current utility bill at the same time? I'm just trying to, sort of respond to Councillor Berry's concern. Go ahead.
So I'm not sure that would be acceptable for the reasons the CAO outlined. I would note with applications to purchase a short road allowance, they are required to provide that information, and it's never been an issue. So.
I guess I have to hear from other members of council on whether you want to change their, I mean, we've heard the recommendation. Go ahead.
Most people do have their deeds. They're given when they purchase the property, or lawyer gives you a copy and keeps a copy, so they shouldn't be hard to obtain.
Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
And just for council's information, typically the cost to print that document off is around $30, I think. So it's not substantial.
Any other thoughts on that? Other items, Councillor Berry.
The last question I have is if in the document, it states that this is for properties that they're not able to rent or that are renting less than 28 days of the month. And is there anything less than that? So is it a case of if you were renting your apartment or your building, your house, your cottage, whatever it is, for 2 weeks of the year, that would still obtain here? Like there's not a minimum?
Correct.
Okay. I couldn't find that in there. I just found the 28 days and I just wanted to know if there was a tier of
I think what's intended there is to ensure that if you're renting the building out to outside parties, that it's safe. Therein requiring all the process. Go ahead.
And if you were renting a place that was off grid, that had like something off grid that didn't have maybe certain, they had an outhouse, would they still qualify for this application?
Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Sure, you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that is a perfectly acceptable sewage system.
Okay, good.
Yeah, because I think the point is that there's some interest on behalf of the public to rent something that's rustic, off grid, and I think the more unique opportunities that can be offered, within the guidelines that we've got, probably the better we are. We're unique. Mr. Moore.
If I may just offer a caveat to that, I mean, we still have to deal with gray water as well. So there'll be probably other aspects to just simply an outhouse situation, but yeah, it's perfectly acceptable.
Okay. Any other issues associated with the bylaw? Councillor Richards.
I still have a concern about the parking requirements on water access only properties. I don't feel we've addressed at all. So I'm wondering where we're gonna go with that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, my first reaction to that would be there's a requirement for them to be responsible for parking. If they have a water access only property, I mean, obviously they can't have parking on their property.
But they're responsible to ensure that there's adequate parking in some other location. I mean, that's kind of where we stand right now with all water access owning properties. So don't see making a differentiation with that. Sean?
And it does note that the plan needs to be to the satisfaction of the director. So I think in those circumstances, again, as long as they indicate where the intended parking is, I'm not sure we need to change anything in the bylaw unless council wishes to further clarify it.
Good.
Well, my particular concern is the amount of parking required to the bylaw. And that could, like, it is actually one thing I do disagree with is that we don't need a parking spot per bedroom. I don't get that one. If you're renting a property, then the owner tells you there's only 2 parking spots, then there's only 2 parking spots. I don't know why we're requiring a parking spot for every bedroom and all this potential parking being created from that.
Particularly for water access only properties. And any thoughts about that?
No, no particular thoughts. That would be entirely up to council.
Like I personally, I would be challenged by changing the parking requirements for everybody. You know, I see your point about, you know, water access only property and the owner saying, look, I've only got 2 parking spots. You've got to work it out. I mean, you can bring 2 cars, period. And if there's a way for us to address that separately, from other parking, but I don't want us to get into that circumstance with, you know, with properties that aren't water access only.
I can accept that. My real big concern is water access only properties on the parking level. But I will say that I don't really agree with it even in general, because if you can just say, I only have 2 parking spots, you're welcome to have 6 adults, but you can only bring 2 vehicles, and the renter has the, you know, option to say, well, that doesn't work for me. I've got to rent somewhere else.
Well, for
Right.
water access only properties, I see that working, but yeah, well, even then, you can say I only have 2 parking spots. But people bring 4 cars and they park them somewhere where they're not supposed to, on a road they're not supposed to, and that's the problem. Sean,
So it does say that generally 1 parking space per guest room is required. So it's not
Generally.
it's a set requirement. So if, for example, only 2 spaces were available and there's a 3-bedroom house, and for whatever reason, they bring more cars than parking spaces, there is a demerit point for parking in an unapproved location. So if a complaint was received, we would investigate and demerit points would be issued.
and we have acknowledged that we need to have more discussion about parking overall. Okay, anything else on this bylaw? Yes,
My other question is about occupancy limits. There's a few different areas within the bylaw talking about occupancy. And yes, I think ultimately what we're looking at is it being tied to the septic capacity. What I'm wondering though is there is within the bylaw sections where, you know, we're saying not a kitchen, not a lobby, not a, you know, hallway, not a laundry room. But what about a living room that has a pull-out bed of some sort? Maybe it comes out of the wall, maybe it's a couch. Is that being considered in the occupancy?
Mr. Moore.
I'm unsure as to how the bylaw is dealing with it. I know that the building code talks to occupancy shall be based on 2 persons per sleeping room. Or sleeping areas in a dwelling unit. Would a living room with a pull-out couch constitute a sleeping area? I guess that's.
But how does that tie in with the septic requirements?
Well, exactly. If there's 2 other if there's a sleeping area that they're going to advertise with a pull-out couch, it will impact the septic. I'm going to consider it as another bedroom load.
And that's not how the septic has been determined. The septic has been determined by the number of bedrooms, right?
possibly, most likely.
That's the intent.
That's the intent.
That's, I mean, to me, that's the problem. I mean, the whole issue is about septics and misuse and overuse. Go ahead.
Yes, but that's not necessarily true to bedrooms. Some owners could have a septic that's capable of considering the occupancy of the living room. That the septic will hold that.
If they
So
can
I
prove
think-
that, if they
Yeah,
can prove that
So
to
I
us.
think what I'm trying to say is septic is the ultimate test. But that we would allow for a living room, a bunkie to be used within the consideration, provided it doesn't exceed the septic capacity.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so we want to ensure that the bylaw reflects that. Councillor Barry,
Just clarity on that. I think the answer is yes, but I just want confirmation that I understand. If I'm living in my house, but I'm renting a sleeping cabin or a bunkie, that's a short-term rental, that's completely legal.
No, sorry.
Sorry, I was just reading a definition, but if I understand correctly, it's whether or not you can rent out a bunkie with the short term. As long as they're both being rented out concurrently.
But what if I want to keep, if I want to stay in my house, but just rent my bunkie, that's not allowed?
Not
No.
permitted.
Okay, so then how would that work in regards to a second residence on your property?
I believe it does exclude
second
the
residence.
rental of additional residential units. So it would be the same situation. You could
Sorry,
rent-
sorry.
You could rent both out, but not one individually.
you can't rent the bunkie out individually, separately.
But if it was a second residence, you could.
No, no. So if it's a second residence, it would be an accessory dwelling unit. So it would have to be accessory to the principal use. So if you rented both out, that would be acceptable, just like in a bunkie situation. But again, same with the bunkie situation, you can't rent out only one of those.
So both buildings could be used by one group,
Mhm.
but you couldn't rent them out to separate groups.
No,
One building.
I understand that,
Okay.
but I'm like, you couldn't build a second residence on your property and rent that out as a short-term rental? Because I thought we were allowed, as long as it was smaller than your primary.
This, not for short-term rentals.
Mhm. If it's a long-term rental, that's acceptable.
Okay,
That only for short-term, it would not be.
and could that be allowed with an exception?
Well, no, it wouldn't comply with our zoning bylaw.
I guess my thought is, I'm thinking, could you potentially do both? Could you rent out that second residence as a short-term rental in the summer, but then say September till May, rent it out as a longer term?
No. No, that's not a long-term rental. I mean, it's just,
I'm thinking a school year. I'm thinking a school year. College, we have colleges in this, people are taking a course.
so if you're renting a secondary unit out to a student from September to, I don't know, what is
April.
it, May, April, May? Is that a short-term rental or is that a long-term rental?
So as long as it's over 28 days, then it's not considered a short-term rental, but if it's less than that, then it would be. I think, I mean, certainly council can direct staff as they wish, but it would be a little confusing, I think, to try and word that in the bylaw.
I think as long as it's understood that that's a different circumstance and it's more than 28 days, that we don't need to specify it, that it's understood that that's something that can happen. I mean, there's people that are renting out to students.
So that would happen, but not within this bylaw. Correct.
Right.
If the rental period is longer than 28 days, this bylaw does not apply.
Okay, but it's allowed. Like you could rent it out.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Clear. That was where it was kind of confusing, was like the 28 days, short term. You can't have you can rent a part of a sleeping bunkie, or you can rent both buildings, but not one. That's where I was kind of confused. I think that's fairly murky, clear.
Councillor Richards.
Sean had something.
Just,
Is your comment is in relation to Councillor Berry's
Yes, just to
Okay.
clarify that a bunkie cannot be rented out.
separately?
Separately.
No, but it can't be rented out for a long period of time, like more than 28
Yeah.
days at all. Yeah.
Councillor Richards.
just further on that, I actually have some problems myself with this area. I think if a secondary dwelling exists on the property with its own septic system and the owner has as their primary, they don't rent it out. I see a problem with renting out two on one property. But if septic capacity is there and it's a separate dwelling and the owner's in the one building and they're renting out the other building, I kind of have a problem with us not allowing for that. So I'm wondering if we're not prepared to deal with that now, do you think that that's something that would be considered and accepted at an appeals committee level?
Well, I look to Sean to respond to that. I mean, the whole issue of secondary units is to address the shortage of housing, not to create more short-term rentals. I mean, that's what's intended by the second and third units, to deal with long-term housing issues. And that's where I think that we sort of kind of ran into a problem. Like if you have two units on a property and you're renting those two units to the same group, that's one thing, that's my understanding. But if you're renting them out separately. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can see that. I agree. Renting them out separately is overburdening the property to me. But if,
Not if the septic systems are there for both of them. You said.
well, then, so what's our problem?
The problem for the reason why we've added secondary units and third units is to deal with the housing shortage, long-term housing, not short-term.
And
That's
yet
why
I know
that's why I mean, that's been incorporated into our zoning bylaws, was for that purpose.
And yet I know of those out there that live in the one unit and rent the other as a short-term rental in waterfront areas. And they have totally separate septic systems, totally self-contained. I have a problem with understanding why we won't allow that. Although I know it's done to address it, but that dwelling is likely never to be a full-term rental. It was built to be a short-term rental.
Well, it shouldn't have been. Sean.
So just looking at the section 2.2, the prohibitions, it seems like it may be permitted for an accessory dwelling to be rented out only in the rural area. But I'll need to clarify that because it references a resource-based recreational area. So I'll just need to confirm what that's speaking to. But it does specifically exclude, so it would not be permitted in waterfront areas or parcels of urban land, which would be those located within a settlement area. So like Carnarvon, Oxtongue Lake.
Okay, so my original goal was for us to be able to pass the short-term rental bylaw today as amended. I'm concerned that we have made maybe too many amendments. I think that staff is clear on what we're looking for. We could do that with the possible exception if we got to look into that you've just said. What's council's wish? Pass it today as amended, or do you want it, or do you want a red line version brought back? You're good?
I still would like to address the demerit points expiry. We
Well,
haven't
then we're
talked
not
about
finished,
that
okay.
yet, so,
Well, then we need to do that now, okay?
yeah. So I think that they should expire. The question, I guess, even in my mind, is the time period of expiry.
I thought that we addressed that through the appeal process. That you have the ability, well, yeah, we did talk about it. You have the ability to appeal that. Sean.
Yes, so what would happen is if they received enough demerit points that their license was permanently revoked, they could apply again to the township, but we would not approve that. And then they could appeal that decision to the appeals committee.
I mean, if they've got that many demerit points, maybe they shouldn't be running a short-term rental. Go ahead.
But if they never expire, they could accumulate 3 points in 10 years and they're forever there. So
Then-
that's, that's what I'm saying is, shouldn't there be some error of when they expire? Like maybe it's 5 years. Dysart's changed it to 3 years. I think that's a little low, but
They have the ability to appeal it.
There a fee associated with the appeal?
Is there a fee associated with the appeal?
I believe there will be. I'm not sure it's specified in the bylaw.
But the appeal process has not been finalized. I mean,
Right.
that's at the county level. That's, so I suspect that there probably would be a fee associated with the appeal. You've got to keep in mind that if this is somebody who's accumulated demerit points to the extent that they've got to go to that point, there should be some, if we're allowing for the fact that they can have their license reestablished through an appropriate process, an appeal process. The fact that there's a fee associated with it is like, sorry about your luck, but you've not been a good operator or you've, failed in some way. We're allowing you to be able to have this, it's not, where did we talk about it before, where it was final? That's not necessarily the case because there is an opportunity to appeal. Kristen.
Through you, Mayor. I'm just sort of speaking on the enforcement side. I feel that if by chance you put that there's a timeline on those demerit points and they're going to sort of kick back in, we may not be done in, say, a court proceeding, maybe within a 3-year time frame, or are we going to just abolish everything and then move on? Like, I'm just concerned that we may not be able to deal with, again, sort of leading back into that they've obviously accumulated these amount of demerit points for a reason. Enforcement has had to go in based off of these complaints. If we just arbitrarily say within 3 years, clean slate, go for it, we may still be in a court process or still trying to remedy the property, and then we're just sort of allowing them to continue. I think the way it sort of has been dealt with at the county level, and there's been lots of discussions about this. I think that's the whole intent of the appeal process, so that it is driven to another body so they can say, we've dealt with all our issues, say enforcement staff have cleared us, now we'd like to get our license, we'd like to appeal and have our license back. But I think if you put an arbitrary 3 years, you get to start over, you may be sort of roadblocking enforcement staff or trying to get them into the right to get them to comply.
And unfortunately, we've had some experience with the length of time it takes the courts to deal with things. I think there's a process that's a appropriate process in place to allow for reinstatement.
Just while
We're on,
I thought we were finished with all the questions.
sorry, just clarification. I did go just check to see if it was in the glossary. It's not. One of the demerit points is about commercial activities, but it's not in the glossary. I just wonder, how does that work in regards to what is classified as a commercial activity? I'm thinking if you're renting a short-term rental with an activity, is that considered a commercial activity? Like if you're, I don't know. I'd like clarification on what a commercial activity is. Is that a cultural activity? Is that a?
So through you, Mayor, again, this was provided and discussed at great lengths from the county. So again, we're going based off of what's been written and the research that we've done. I don't think there's anything very specific, and I'm just trying to sort of think of what might happen. I'm almost thinking of maybe like a subletting type situation that would be, maybe commercial, the short-term rental, we get in there and there's 3 other families in there and they've all paid as well. Meanwhile, it's only supposed to be this one family, or I'm kind of just pulling at straws, but I think that there's some reason behind this, and this has had a legal interpretation, as far as I understand from before it's sort of landed on our purview. So
Unfortunately, that's not answering Councillor Berry's question.
True.
I'm
I
sorry.
tried.
I know you're trying. Go ahead, Sean.
I don't think it's something that will come up frequently, but just an extreme situation I can think of is perhaps somebody rents a cottage and then hosts a large concert and charges admission to that. That could be considered a commercial operation then.
I think when you said, could it be a cultural activity? I mean, you can have a cultural activity without money exchanging hands, like when you're talking about commercial, it's understood that there's money involved.
Let's use the concert as a great example. So what if you're creating a cultural short-term rental event, you're having, I don't know, a singer-songwriter perform, and you're including that into the cost of the rental. So you're charging maybe an upset limit for the rental, but there's a singer provided for you, or a workshop in conjunction with it. Like you're offering a foraging workshop with a week stay. You know, you're offering a week rental with the Friday night concert or something to that extent on a small scale that would fill the occupancy. You know, you're not breaking any rules, but you could be you could lose a demerit point for that. Or would it be like a wedding? Like you're there and you're having a wedding. Sorry, it's just not clear.
Well, you're right. It isn't clear in a way. I mean, maybe if we're gonna bring it back, that's some clarity that we can seek. But to me, you could rent a short-term rental and have a wedding. You wouldn't be charging for it. But, you know, having a concert and charging a fee is a different thing. Or if you were, if you rented, I don't know. I mean, there's so many different examples that you could come up with. Say you rented a short-term rental and you had and you yet said cultural, brought in a whole bunch of artwork and were selling it. That's a commercial activity. I'm seeing hands up. Sean and then Kristen.
So the property is to be used as a residential property, and any commercial aspect beyond that would not be in the spirit of this bylaw. So that's why this is included in there. It's not something that should be happening in a short-term rental. If an occurrence were to happen and the demerit point was issued, the property owner could appeal that decision and plead their argument to the appeals committee, and then they could make a decision on whether or not to, move forward with that.
And if somebody wanted to, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kristen.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. Hopefully this maybe will help. There is a defined term of special events, and it does speak to means or activities being hosted at subject property by the renter that may or may not involve cost or monies for services provided. Examples being weddings, receptions, retirement party, music event. And then specifically in section 2.5, no person shall use, operate, or use a short-term rental premise for any special events other than offering the premise for rent according with the license issued under this bylaw. So it actually is preventing you from hosting a wedding or a music event, or it's already in this bylaw.
It's intended for short-term residential use, and I mean, there's all kinds of venues. I mean, you can do what you want in your own house if a person wanted to do that in their own home, but that's not what's intended for the use of this property. And there's all kinds of parks and facilities and places where if you wanted to do something like that, you could bring people to a short-term rental, have the event somewhere else. It's not to say that you couldn't do that in a different way.
Would that exclude like a bridal shower? Is that a birthday party? Sorry.
Through you, Mayor.
Again, don't be sorry for that.
I believe the intent is the short-term rental is to be used for the intent of a stay. I don't know that it's got anything else attached to it. And I think if we keep asking those questions, this could potentially continue on. And I don't have the answer for every situation, but reading the definition in my mind, that is a special event. If you're hosting a bridal shower or a birthday party,
but that's taking it too far. I mean, to me, I have to agree with Councillor Berry. If you have a short-term rental and you're going to have a shower, you're not or for someone who's getting married, you're not charging any money. It's not a commercial activity. It might be in some people's minds considered a special event, but I think it depends on how many people are involved and what impact that has. Like, I mean,
a birthday party. A lot of people might want to rent a special occasion. Let's rent a short-term rental and have a birthday party. I've got to agree that there's that's a challenging one. Councillor Richards.
I agree. It can get quite challenging, and that's kind of some of my problem is every time I look at this, I think of something else. And we could all sit here and think of something else for the next 5 years, probably. So I think we need to kind of put those things on the shelves, rely on the appeals committee, rely on ourselves and our commitment to review this on a very regular basis to make sure that we're capturing what we need to and not overcomplicating the whole thing, because overcomplicating it is going to cause us problems in enforcement. And you know, but I do kind of see some of that. I mean, by the time you like, let's say it's a bridal party, and let's say it's only maybe 4 people out of the bridal party that are staying in the short-term rental, but they have 30 show up just to be at the party. Where's the parking for all that gonna happen? So there's got to be some balancing done within that.
Mr. Moore.
I would assume the intent would be that the inhabitants would be the participants of said party for it not to be a special event. Simple.
We're not going to be able to pin everything down, every scenario. There's all there is to it. Do you have another question?
No, I bring it up. I know that there's a lot of people. I'm thinking of some of the events that happen with like Barry Martin, that the Yours Outdoors. You know, there's a group of people that rent a short-term rental for the week. He provides or the business provides, you know, examples of rentals and resorts that are available for stay. And they're going to come up and they're going to participate in maybe some community events, some restaurants, that kind of thing, have a place to stay, but they're doing it as a celebration or you know, in that type of thing. And I just don't want to see people losing demerit points because they had a.
Quite often that the event itself doesn't take place at the short-term rental.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you might have a shower, you might have, you know,
When
10 people or 8 people come and
they're not
spend the
likely to
weekend.
say anything about it.
You don't want to
Really. I mean,
lose a demerit point because they had what's considered a commercial activity.
Well, they've addressed that. I mean, if it becomes an issue and somebody can appeal it and say like, hey, here's what we did. I mean, come on. There's that appeal process. That's you know, if it's an event that creates a problem though,
Mhm.
you know, there's like Councillor Richard says, there's so many scenarios and we can't possibly cover them all. We just can't. And let's give it a try. So we've got a couple of issues that have not been resolved today that Sean has said he needs to get back to us on. So what I'm going to suggest is, and this goes against what my initial desire was, that we have a red line version brought back to us at our next meeting for adoption. And I really do not want us to start second guessing the whole thing again. We've gone through this with pretty much a fine tooth comb. We've come to an agreement on most things. And as long as what's the amendments that we see in the document are in accordance with what we've asked for today, that we can pass it at the next meeting. Sean?
So we have been taking notes, and I think we have a pretty strong grasp on what council's looking for, other than the last one with respect to an accessory dwelling. So if council wants to provide direction on that, if they want to allow it to occur in a accessory dwelling, we can reword the bylaw to accommodate that or further clarify that it's not permitted. And I'm happy to run through the list quickly with council just to make sure we're on the same page. But only if council is comfortable with that. Otherwise, we're happy to bring back a red line version.
Thoughts?
Yeah.
I would like to see the secondary dwelling allowed, provided it's only one, not both.
So that somebody's living in the house
Yeah,
and renting out the second unit as a
Right.
short-term rental.
yeah. And then further to us moving forward.
You know what, my problem with that though is if that's an existing circumstance, like I can kind of see the benefit or the rationale behind that. But all of a sudden, if we've got somebody building an accessory building, a second unit on their property, because they want a short-term rental, not because it's going to mean that I'm still back to the goal of allowing within our zoning bylaw secondary and even third units is to provide for long-term housing, not short-term rentals. So, I mean, I got to see a resolution to that.
I'd be happy to compromise on it being grandfathered only, so currently existing and not new.
Or
Councillor Sherby.
waterfront- Or waterfront only. I thought.
Wait a minute, that digs down even further. I mean, this was allowed in rural, right, not waterfront. Sean had his hand up.
Yes, so right now, waterfront, you could not rent out the accessory dwelling. The grandfathering I have concern with because it's from an administrative side of things, it's hard to confirm somebody was in fact renting the structure out previous to this licensing coming into effect. The benefit of a license versus amending our zoning bylaw to prohibit short-term rentals is the license applies to all structures, whether or not they're existing or new. There's no legal non-complying benefit that travels with it. So I think we would have to either amend it to allow existing and new structures, accessory dwelling units to be rented out, or further clarify that that could not occur. And it would have to be both structures concurrently.
Councillor Richards and Councillor Berry.
The ones that I'm aware of is currently existing are in waterfront designation, so
So it
I,
becomes a moot point then.
well, but maybe mute to you, but I want to allow it.
On waterfront. And that's been like, I mean, that's been the premise of the whole bylaw, that that's not take place on waterfront properties. I can't agree to it. I won't agree to it.
But it currently is allowed in rural?
I believe it is the way the bylaw is worded right now. But I need to just
Okay.
further clarify that. But again, if at council's direction, we could clarify that right now.
Councillor Shortreed. We need your opinion on this.
We're back to the secondary units, which is supposed to be for long-term housing, so I don't think it should be for short-term rental. We've got resorts for that.
It's allowed in rural.
Yeah.
We're just saying we want to stick to our guns
Yeah,
on,
that's what I'm saying.
okay. Look, we've agreed that let's try and get this in place now. And if, you know, during the course of the review period, we think that need to make a change there, we can do that. I just don't want us to turn down the bylaw because of this one item.
And I just need to understand why it's not being allowed on waterfront. If it's under separate septic capacity, it's already built, it's already there, why do we have a problem with it?
You'd have to go beyond this room to find out that. Honestly, my head is so full of short-term rental and all I can't tell you what the answer is to that. I should be able to, and I'm sorry. Is it a hill we're going to die on today?
I'd like to know, just to be clear in my mind, if we could just recap what we are expecting to change before we agree to accept it today or not. Just so I'm clear, because there's been a lot of
I'd
discussion.
like go through the list now with Sean. Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. So the first is not actually one that we discussed, but it's attached to it. It's the license of occupation in section 2.2H. So that's where any building or structure is located on the shore road allowance. We're going to further clarify that so that it applies only to the dwelling that's being rented out. So it couldn't be misinterpreted to be a dock or another structure on the shore road allowance. So that's the first one.
That's the intent.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct, yeah. The second in the same section is to permit a license of occupation versus the purchasing of the shore road allowance. So further clarify that, and staff will report back with a new policy for that license of occupation. In 6.2, where it's a person of 2 years or younger does not count as a person for the purpose of this bylaw, so that will be removed. 5.1 point S. Sorry, 5.1 point, yeah, R, to remove the requirement for the sign. And then 6.6, which is the parking. The last part of that section where it says or similar hard surfaces, that would be deleted.
I thought that's what we wanted to keep.
So keep that.
Without adding things like interlocking blocks and pavement and just it says hard surface, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, I had written down for that we were going to, consisting of a hard surface, the wording was going to be, which could include
Right,
gravel, paving, concrete.
Okay. Ah,
okay. Carry on.
My apologies, just making some quick notes.
It's all right.
Okay, and then the next one was 11.1. With respect to the notice of inspection, and we would allow 7 days. Okay. And then in the declaration after the application form, remove the requirement for within 5 years for a wet inspection or wet certification. And then add the word professional to the chimney inspection.
sorry, just in clarification there through the mayor.
Go ahead.
So by adding the word professional before today, the homeowner could have done the inspection?
It doesn't specify it has to be completed by a professional, so it seems that would be acceptable. Generally, it would be completed by a professional chimney sweep, though.
Or depending on the homeowner
And their skills.
and their skill set. I just think by adding the word professional, you've now just increased another fee.
We did agree to the requirement for a professional line bid.
Okay, I just thought by adding it, you've increased the fee. No?
Maybe, yeah, but we have agreed to that point. Unless I misunderstood, that was one of the items that we agreed to. Anybody else? Okay, carry on.
Okay, in the demerit point table of section 15, just clarification. On the failure to respond within 60 minutes, what the demerit point should be. We suspect it's 1, but we'll confirm and add the appropriate number in there.
Okay.
And then we'll provide an example of the fire safety plan as part of the application, so people know what's expected. And then Lastly, to clarify in 2.2G that should you have an accessory dwelling on your property in a rural area, that it would be permitted to be rented out on a short-term rental basis.
I think that covers it.
I didn't miss anything.
Okay, what have we got for a resolution?
The resolutions based on the recommendation in the report. However, I've added if council wishes to proceed to approve it, that the bylaw be approved as amended. And the rest of the awarding the contract to Granicus and the designation of Granicus and the director as the director in conjunction with the chief building official in accordance with the bylaw, the definition of director and the director's role.
Okay. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Counselor Berry, Counselor Shortreed.
We would then call those.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Moved by Counselor Berry, second by Counselor Shortreed, be it resolved, council receives bylaw services report BLDG 524 regarding the draft short-term rental bylaws information, and the council directs the bylaw as amended be brought forward for further consideration, and that council awards the short-term rental monitoring compliance solution approval to Granicus at a cost of $60,854.10 over 3 years, and further that council designate Granicus as the director in conjunction with the township's chief building official in accordance with the adopted bylaw.
Did you say that the bylaw would be brought back for consideration?
Brought forward for consideration, and it's scheduled to
Today,
come
okay.
forward in the bylaw section.
Okay. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All of you. And to all of you.
Maybe
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, by all means. Pardon me? Yeah, let's, we can break for 10 minutes. Sarah's like, okay. Next on the agenda was Parks Recreation and Trails, but there is no report this week. So next is environmental business. Welcome, Melissa. So first is the Environment and Stewardship Committee update.
Deputy Mayor, do you going to speak to our minutes? It's a sad occurrence to see the name of someone who has passed in our minutes. We are all, of course, mourning the loss of Norma in many ways, and this is one of those ways. So I just wanted to acknowledge her wonderful contribution to this committee, as well as to other things, and mourn her passing. Internally, we are going to decide what to do with some of the pieces of homework that she had allocated to her, and that is fine and will be resolved at the next meeting. We're also, with the clerk's assistance, of course, going to be looking for more members to join the committee. In terms of these sets of minutes, I don't think there's anything specific to say. There was nothing to bring forward to council, but if I'm happy to take any questions. We're just plugging through with our work plan, as council has already heard what that's about. We're just continuing with it. So if there are any questions, by all means.
Yeah, no, I've also spoken to the clerk about getting advertisement out for both environment and recreation. And it's, consider it done. Any questions on the committee update? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the committee update? Draft minutes of January the 30th. Councilor Berry, Councilor Shortreed.
Moved by Counselor Berry, second by Counselor Shortreed, be it resolved, council receives the January 30th, 2024 Environment and Stewardship Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a services agreement for lighting materials.
Thank you. This is an agreement we've been sort of waiting on for, I think, more than a year now, with the Producer Responsibility Organization, for the collection, as you say, of lighting materials. So we have been collecting lighting materials, fluorescent tubes and compact fluorescent bulbs at our sites for many years. This expands, the regulation covers all lighting materials, which were included in the agreement. So regular incandescent light bulbs right through to the high density and UV bulbs are all included, and producers are now responsible for the costs of managing those materials, which is great news for us because that gives us a little bit of compensation for the work that we've been doing to keep those materials out of landfill and properly disposed of. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on that? Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve that agreement? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives Environmental Services Report EB 724 regarding a lighting material service agreement for information, and Council approves entering into a lighting material service agreement with Product Care Association of Canada effective January 1st, 2024, and that a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the mayor and clerk to sign the said agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the extension agreement for Waste Connections Canada.
And that's just coming forward for bylaw. That was approved at the last meeting of council.
Okay. No questions or comments on that? Well, thank you. Next is Public Works. How are things going at the Dorset Rec Center?
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. It's been a long day. So the Dorset Rec Center, I do have quite an extensive list here if you would like me to read out most of the work that's been completed and yet to be completed. So excuse me, I can just get started right at it. In general, the painting is close to being completed. New interior hallway lighting is in place and is close to completion. As you know, most of the interior lighting was replaced from the old halogen style fluorescent tubes to new LED lighting. So it's been a nice upgrade, nice bright location. In the weight room, fitness room area, there's been a new fire door installed. We had to create a new doorway between the gym and into the hallway for a secondary exit door. So there was a new fire door installed in there. Like I said, all the painting has been completed. There were mirrors installed back on the walls. A whiteboard was put on the wall for workouts. The gym equipment has been sanitized and is being put in a location with the PRT manager due to the wall that we had to have a doorway put in. So there was a little bit of gym equipment that had to be redesigned and moved into different locations. So that was a good little project for them. The ventilation and ductwork has been completed. In the library room, there is a new fire door that is on order and we're waiting for it to be delivered. Once it's delivered, then we will cut the new frame into the concrete wall that goes into the library room. Due to the accessibility of it, we had to widen the door frame. So because it was concrete, it took a little bit longer to have a company come in and they will measure it up and cut the hole for the door frame. Data ports have been installed for the working stations. New LED lighting is completed, and then the floor and trim, the baseboard trim, and then the new flooring will go in at the same time as the flooring in the lower level. We were able to make it all one continuous flow from the time you get to the bottom of the stairs all the way right out to the library and into the library. So it's a nice even flow. There's a new storage room. This area is complete and will hold most of the tables and extra chairs and extra equipment from the lower end, from the lower level for the rental room and for the library. It'll help with storage. So that room has been completed. Lower floor lobby area. So the outstanding work that still needs to be finished there would just be some new LED pot lights, drywall on the ceiling and paint. And then install again, the flooring and the trim that is being currently worked on. And then the bulkhead around some of the ventilation in the ceiling. Because we had to do the HVAC throughout the entire building, part of that was installing the ductwork into the that lower level, lobby level. So while we were up at the building there, we made the decision to route that not through the center of the room to reduce the height of the ceiling, so it would make it feel bigger. We routed it around the outside of the wall. So that had to be a bulkhead, essentially had to be built for that. On the main floor, in general, just the services to relocating the interior water fill station has been completed. The existing flooring has been removed in the lobby, the highway, then the hallway and the squash courts. This is to allow for new, what does it say here? New 12 oak engineered flooring. So all the flooring throughout on the upstairs main level will be one design. Nice flow in there as well. If you can recall, there was 3 different flooring styles in there. So it'll be nice to have an even flow through the main floor. The men's and women's washroom, the option B floor design. So the framing has been completed. Plumbing inspection is scheduled for, I believe, today or yesterday. Temporary water supply was shut down for this, but everything's been back up and running. And then drywalling all the walls. So after the framing was completed and the inspection was done, then drywall would be added to the wall, and then mudding and taping and painting on the main level. The new universal washroom framing has been completed on it. Again, plumbing and plumbing and drywall will be put on it as well. The reception area, the existing flooring, the electrical, they're still doing some of the electrical work on it, but it's near completion. And then the data ports were being removed and reinstalled in a new location for the CAP computers that are going in there, and then drywall and paint as well. HVAC on the lower level has all been completed, and then HVAC on the main floor will be completed by the end of this month. And that's my update for the DRC. So as you can tell, it's been a lot of work ongoing, and it's moving along very well.
Sounds great. Still no notion about any anticipated completion date.
Unfortunately not. I mean, all of
that every meeting.
I know. No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, if something, I don't even know what could happen to, say that one meeting we're saying we're going to wait a little, and the next meeting we're saying we're opening. So I would like to say that I think we'd be looking to be fair, would be the early first part of July. I think that would be fair, because we're with this type of weather. I mean, it's definitely helped with frost in the ground, but if you look at the long range forecast, they're calling for some unkind weather in the next 2 weeks. So for them to get started on trying to pour the footings and get the outdoor facade put together, I don't think that's available just yet. So we'll know more by the end of the month.
We're getting there. Councillor Richards and Councillor Shortreed.
Are we holding off on opening the building until the outside work is done too? Or are we gonna hybrid that?
Through you, Mayor, it would be my recommendation to hold off until everything is done. And the only reason I say that is that you wouldn't want to track all that construction dirt and material through the building on the front entrance if we were to open it. And if the contractor can get started on doing the exterior of the building, we wouldn't have any entry into the building from the front. So we would have no accessible entry into the building once the entry portion of it started to be constructed. So I don't think it would make sense to open it for a week just to close it and then have it closed for a couple months while we did the front entrance facade.
Counselor Shortreed.
I have the same question. I was just under the impression that we're gonna open and let them work on the outside, but
Yeah, I mean, like again, it's one of those things where if we opened it for potentially, like this is all hypothetical. It all depends on what the weather does too. But if we were to open it for a week or even a week or two, the amount of dirt that we're gonna track through the building in the first
You
2
don't wanna
weeks
do
would
that.
be, yeah, would be insane. And then we wouldn't have the accessible walkway to the back door to allow people to come around the back door as our main entrance. So we would really have to consider our options there, but it would be my recommendation and staff's recommendation that we would open it all at once, so it's one brand new, open, clean, ready to go building.
Did you have a question? Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that. So the back entrance, we could open it, but it wouldn't be an accessible entrance.
The access to the back door from the main level, from the parking area, would not be accessible. And there is no parking at the front of the building currently. There is parking for the construction equipment, but not accessible parking.
I think we just have to recognize that things are moving along as quickly as they can. It doesn't, it doesn't make sense to me to open it, close it, and take a chance on, tracking a whole bunch of construction dust and dirt into a brand new floor and facility. So we just put our faith in it, things moving ahead without problems. Deputy Mayor Day.
Perhaps those of you sitting on the Dorset Museum Committee could refresh my memory, but is there not an event scheduled for the 29th of June? It would be, I know that we can't make any guarantees, but we're going to hopefully have a lot of people coming on the 29th of June. And
For what's the plan now? We can't promise that,
no,
nor would I want us to commit to that and then find that we've got a problem, for them to plan. I can see the CAO slowly shaking her head. It would be nice, but I don't think that we can do that. Yeah, I should have known Heritage Day. Thank you. Airport Committee. Sad to hear that we've had a resignation of our airport coordinator. I know that's going to create some short-term pain for folks, but
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but at the same time, it is, part of a working career. You get towards the end of your career and you're able to retire, then, we have to be happy for that as well. So, we wished the coordinator all the best, and he's here till the end of the month. So, that'll be, we still have him for a couple more weeks, which is really good. But yeah, it is sad to see him go, but we'll start recruitment as soon as possible and fill the position.
do we have a motion? I thought we had a set of minutes for the airport that had been submitted. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, council receives the February 22nd, 2024 Airport Advisory Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Excuse me. And just for committees or for council's information, there was to be a committee meeting this afternoon at 3 o'clock. As you can see, we're not going to make it, and they've been advised. Okay, Green Burial Committee update. I see that there's some couple of recommendations coming forward on that. Councilor Berry?
Jen and I were both at the meeting. I'm happy to take it. If I forget anything, I'm happy to allow you to fill in. So the committee met and we gave them an update of what came to council last time in regards to moving the gazebo project forward with an upset limit of $10,000. We let the committee know that that would be coming out of reserve, so it wouldn't be new tax money, and the idea is that that would eventually be paid back through fundraising. The Green Burial Society has not-for-profit status, so the hope is that maybe they will be successful in applying for some funding that could be directed back to the township. There was a discussion, so at the last meeting, not this meeting, the previous meeting, there was a discussion that one of the members would meet with Fleming College in regards to moving forward with the gazebo project. And when meeting with the person from Fleming, it was brought to our attention that they would typically do one drawing, which would include a site visit and a drawing. And I guess what we didn't understand was the design is really less about a timber frame structure and more about what can be built by students in 1 week. And so the options maybe aren't what we thought would be available. And so it was brought to our attention that the designer would present council with one drawing, and that from that there could be a variation based on the drawing presented, opposed to initially presenting 3 drawings. And that it seems that some people and others didn't really understand the way the project would go. The Fleming provides the drawings, I guess the contractor, and then the labor, and then the municipality would be on the hook for the materials, and that would include the roof and the footings. So there was discussion on that in regards to whether that be contracted out or whether there would be support from interior staff. So we will need to find out more about what the cost of that would be, and if that could be done in-house or if we would have to contract that out outside of staff. There was a motion brought forward in regards to clarification from council on how to move forward with the gazebo project in regards to there only being one design presented to us opposed to 3. And that just given the timeline, the Green Burial Society has asked for a letter of support for a grant application that they would be applying for this week to cover the cost if needed for the roof or other construction components as we go forward. So that's something that council would need to support. Most of the discussion of that meeting consisted of the gazebo project. And then there was a further discussion just in regards to the green burial brochure, as well as just a little bit of the process involved in reviewing the bylaw, the cemetery bylaw, as well as specifically the green portion, the green burial portion within the bylaw, and just a bit of a timeline of like how we would do that as a group. That would come to council, and then it would have to be signed and put in public information for a period of time, and then it would go to the BAO and come back. It was also discussed at the committee that there would be no point in selling plots of land if the council and committee has gone forward with approving winter burial. There's no point in selling plots until you can sell either, you could be buried in the winter or the summer. So I think that maybe the timeline was maybe a little bit shorter than we initially had understood, but that was basically the gist of the meeting. I don't know if I've forgotten anything.
Go ahead.
The only piece I would add to what Councillor Barry has said is when Fleming came back and said, oh, not sure if we can do 3 designs, we really had in mind one design. That is the piece that we're coming back to council for clarification on, like what should we do with this new response from them. They're not insisting, but that is their preferred way, and it is contrary to what council had directed. So we're kind of left with what to do now, and it would be great to get some clarification on that.
Well, it's unfortunate that we didn't know that in the first place. But I mean, it's, I don't know. I mean, I value moving forward with a partnership like this with Fleming College. I've always kind of wanted to
I guess we needed to have maybe a little bit better understanding of how that worked. And I understand what's being said. It sounds to me, well, there's a couple of things here. It sounds to me like there's, and I think I heard some discussion about the need for a site visit. Let's say yourself, I think I would want to take part in that site visit as well with the, is it Glenn Diesel? Is that, to come to some terms about, what we can accommodate, how, where things should go. I'm kind of thinking we need to stick with a more modest, I know that the committee was looking at 150 square feet. I'm sort of thinking maybe we need to look at something just a little bit more modest when it comes to that. Maybe maximum 100 square feet. Just to kind of keep the costs down and to keep expectations for other locations down as well. Go ahead.
Actually, that twig's a good reminder. In fact, our clerk joined us for the meeting and in fact raised the point that when we asked for the estimate that was given, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the estimate that was given of 10,000 was based on an 8x8 structure. And in asking for 150 square feet, we have sort of changed the parameters of that and have not reflected the budget. So in fact, a smaller structure would be more in line with the estimate that was generated.
Then it sounds like maybe we should be sticking to that.
That being said, all along, we have set the upset limit of $10,000. So if an 8 or 10 by
That's all
10
we can get for
Yeah.
the money. So with respect to, we need to try and organize a site visit so that we can come up with their design and we can have the ability to comment on it and make sure that that's, what we're looking for. That's what I'm hearing, that they're going to do is design and we can comment on it and say one way or the other. Adam will have a look at it. Yes or no?
Yes, and if that's the will of council, absolutely. We also talked about the fact that this is really very different from how the township normally works, and that it's unusual for us, or maybe any township, to receive a generous donation, but for a permanent asset that would be owned by the township on township property that does not follow the usual routine of how we get to that design. So just in respect of how different this is.
Keep in mind that we do receive donations of equipment from, say, the fire department. And here it is, and we receive it. Now, I know that that's a little bit different because it's from within. Well, no, I guess it's from the association, not the department. So we need to agree on the one question that I've got, and I want to be clear on this with our clerk and our bylaw specialist with respect to the review of the bylaw. It's my understanding that there is no need for the Green Burial Society to review the entirety of the bylaw. But I think what they're looking for, if my understanding, is only what is in our bylaw that relates to green burial, that's the goal. Correct?
You'd have to defer to Deputy Mayor Dayu as far as the discussions that the committee have with the bylaw. Now, the initial bylaw that was approved in 2022 was reviewed by the Green Burial Society because that's when the inclusion of green burials was in. There are some tweaks that need to be made to that section now based on council's discussions. And I believe the review was going to be mostly around that section, but.
Okay. Does council have any issues with supporting the application for funding to HCDC?
It's just a letter of support towards the funding.
Okay. Any issue with that? Because that's something that from what I understand, we need to get out PDQ. Okay. Comments?
I have no comments.
But you would be amenable to a site tour with Mr. Diesel? Okay, right on. So is there anything else that we need to agree? Can we all kind of agree that we want to stick to something that's a little No more than 10 grand. So if that's what if they were talking about 8x8, then that's what we'll be looking at. Madam Clerk.
Clarification, so is council authorizing moving forward with one design option?
Well, if we're gonna partner with Fleming, it sounds like that's that's the deal. And then, I mean, it is a little, I know it's not the norm, but we do have, some exclusions from the purchasing bylaw, and given that they're gonna do the labor for free. Adam, go ahead.
Just for clarity, can we just make sure that we understand, or staff understands that the $10,000 is from start to finish, including foundation and roof? Because that was a very gray area, and if $10,000 is the entire project, where do we stand with the foundation of it?
Well, I would look to comments from other members of council. I mean, it was my understanding that our upset limit was $10,000. Now, if they can, if they can raise more funds or, acquire more funds, and there's, a bit of a gap there, I think we could probably work with that. But, for our contribution to it, that was my understanding, $10,000. Comments? Anything?
Yeah. I think through the discussion, the committee was concerned that if we had to request further drawings, that would maybe be at an additional charge. So if council can support the one drawing for this occasion.
If we can look at a drawing and make comments about
Yeah.
it. For instance, we want it to be six-sided. I don't know if they can do that or not, or we want it to be square. Let's keep it simple. It's square benches. That's I would want the drawing to come back to us, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I didn't realize until the last meeting is that this course, the timber frame course, it's a week long. It's not,
Yeah.
it's not a long course. It's a short thing. And that really helped me to understand, we're not looking at a whole semester of everyone participating in different design elements, and which was what I rather had in my mind. And it just contextualized it a little bit more. And if council is happy with that restricted, then I sure am too.
Well, I guess I would say that, I hear a desire to move forward with the project, but there's definitely lessons learned here for us. If we decide that we want to do another project with Fleming, that we need to, get a better handle on the amount of time that's available and just exactly who's on first. So what have we got for a resolution there?
To receive the minutes to now move forward with one design option at a size of 8x8.
To also the letter of support,
Oh, yes, sorry, that's in there too at the bottom.
and to authorize a site visit.
Just council, well, I can add that to the.
Maybe we don't need to have that necessarily in the resolution, but as long as we're agreed that that takes place at the earliest opportunity, and it's not, everybody doesn't need to go, but.
Just by putting 8x8 in there, this, like, I'm just thinking if initially we said 8x8, and then it's changed to 10x10. We're now going back to 8x8 to the initial agreement? I guess my thought is, does the size even matter? Like, what if the drawing comes back? Like, if Glenn knows that our limit is $10,000, does the size even matter?
Adam.
The size will matter when it comes to building code. So anything over, I believe, 10x10 or 110 square feet, you would have to have a building permit. So as long as we stayed under the building permit size,
Yeah.
then we wouldn't require that. So if for council's purpose, you could say, as long as if you decided to change the size because of the costing, as long as it was under the minimum requirement for building permit, then I think that would be adequate.
Okay. So can I have a mover and a seconder for that resolution? A mover and a seconder, and then we'll hear the resolution, Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives the February 27th, 2024 Green Burial Committee meeting minutes. And that council approves now moving forward with one design option for the gazebo at St. Stephen's Cemetery at a size under the building permit requirement. And that council supports in principle the Halliburton Highlands Green Burial Society and their submission of a LIP grant application for the cost of the roof of the gazebo or other construction component of the gazebo that is to be located in the natural burial section at the Township of Algonquin Highlands St. Stephen's Cemetery.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Fire services.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Before you leap into your reports, I just want to say what an excellent workshop that was yesterday. Great presentations, well organized, great coffee and muffins. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. And that reflects back to everyone within our departments, because they all worked together to achieve what we did. So it was nice to see the great turnout from council and department heads and that. So thank you.
Mr. Cox is particularly dynamic.
Very dynamic.
Yeah. Okay, monthly activity report.
The monthly activity report, just a couple things I want to highlight is we did announce yesterday about the grant. And I think that's wonderful. It's going to, besides serving us, it will help out with the county too. And at this time, I just want to acknowledge the efforts that we had amongst our senior management, and what the input that we had from the CAO, the clerk and deputy clerk and the treasurer were so valuable in achieving this grant, because we were the only people within the county to get it, and very minimal opportunities throughout the province to get this grant. So it was with their efforts that allowed us to achieve that. This other item I want to just touch on briefly is one of our training evolutions. Through the efforts of our training officer and one of our acting captains, Captain Thorne, is we did some extrication training with our heavy equipment, or our on heavy equipment. So we simulated using a piece of heavy equipment within the township and using extrication equipment if it got on top of a worker or something like that. So it's a real life simulation that could happen. So again, being proactive, and it was very, very well received by all of all three stations came down to our station AD and performed that. So I just want to acknowledge the efforts of our training officer and our acting Captain Thorne for that activity.
Are there any questions on the monthly activity report? Are we having any challenges with the number of volunteers that we've got?
We're getting a good turnout for calls. We had a chimney fire last Thursday night. We had 18 firefighters respond to it. I would like to see our numbers increase, but we do have challenges just because of the demographics of the location. So I'm going to be working with Chad to have more people sign up. We did have 2 people come back to Station 60 who were on short-term leave. So they're reestablished now. And we do have 6 current recruits going through recruit training and they'll become certified firefighters when they're completed. But it's an ongoing thing. And that's not just here in our township, that's across the province. Retention of volunteer firefighters is an issue at nearly every volunteer department. So again, we'll work as much as we can to get more staff. We just don't have demographics for it.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the monthly activity report? Councillors Richards and Short Read.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Short Read. Be it resolved, council receives fire services report FD 824 regarding monthly activities for information. And that council accepts with regret the resignation of Greg Watson from Station 60 effective February 8th, 2024.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your updated open air burning bylaw.
Yes, last fall through our service delivery, it was recommended by the CAOs to attempt at doing a unified burning bylaw across the whole county. Currently, we have 4 separate burn bylaws with all separate conditions. So we worked together as the 4 townships and came up with this burn bylaw. The main difference you'll notice in this one compared to the other one is we've eliminated the daytime burning permit. A lot of reasons for it. One of them is we are low staffed in the daytime. You're more apt to have a fire in the daytime because of higher winds and low humidity. It's a borderline issue with the MNRF even to have a daytime burn permit. And part of that was the size of fires. So with the Forest Fire Protection Act, they only allow 2-meter fires in the daytime. And we actually, in our previous bylaw, we were allowing 3. So we're going above and beyond, which we aren't supposed to do. So we've eliminated that. We have kept a contractor's permit. So if one of the contractors needs to, like for a driveway entrance or a lot clearing or something, and want to do a burn permit, they can get it, but it has to be conditional. They got to have a permit. For example, if they were doing a demolition of a building, they would have to have that demolition permit go with theirs or their contractor permit, but there had to be something to show that they were a true contractor, and it'd be a 7-day permit. The third thing there is there is allowing the daytime campfires, and that's for cooking. So it's got to be at 2 feet or less, and that's part of the MNRF agreements. And then once they're done, they have to put it out, and that's always been contentious, but it's something it is allowed on the MNRF, so we have included it. When we completed this prior to presenting to the 4 councils, I have consulted with the MNRF, and they think this is really good. They did have concern with, especially that 3 meters that was in the previous one. And just for information, I was speaking with Gary Monahan, Chief of Lake of Bays, Huntsville, and they just put the exact same regulations in for Lake of Bays. So being we do cover part of the area, we're all in the same window. So.
Councillor Berry.
Just clarification in applicant, in regards to the definitions, it says it means a person, organization, company, or group that makes application to the chief fire official for permission to set or conduct an open fire burning in combination with an entrance demo building contractor. How does that work if a homeowner wants to do a burn,
They can do it after 7 o'clock at night,
Okay,
but not in
but
the
they don't
daytime.
need, will they still need a permit?
No,
Okay,
but if
like if they're burning brush?
just understand the 2-meter restriction, but if there was, our local contractor here was called in to do a driveway.
Mhm.
Being as a contractor and they can show they have a business permit and the permit for the driveway, then they'd be allowed to do it again in the daytime during their business hours, but it'd have to stand to the 2 meters as
Okay,
required.
I just wondered why, it says means a person.
Yes.
But this is an allowance for a business to
Yes.
operate or to do that through the day.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor Short Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, Council receives fire services report FD 724 regarding open air burning bylaw update for information, and the council directs the said bylaw be brought forward for consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Chief.
Just one more point, just what we intend on doing is once all 4 townships have passed this, that we will do a press release through Chad as a unified one message, so everyone in the county is aware of it. We're just waiting for the other 3 townships to pass.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to quickly go back on the green burial discussion and the requirement for the letter. That letter needs to go to whoever it needs to go to tomorrow. Is that possible? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next up are the big guns. Welcome, Madam Treasurer. We've now got the second draft of the budget. And once again, I just want to thank everybody, all our department heads and staff and CAO, like everybody who's been involved in bringing us to the point we're at. This is looking really good. I'm just tickled pink, with where we've landed with this. We had some excellent discussion at our last meeting. Having said that, I will turn the things over to you and we'll see how we make out today.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I regrettably, I do have to apologize for one error on my part. We do have a different number ahead of you, which I gave you the revised schedules that we are facing before we finalize the budget. When I prepared my report, we were at 6.61%. And with the small changes in, we are at 6.63%. Or we were at 6.63 and now we're at 6.95%. My apologies. So it was just to do with some transfers. I'd recorded them on the reserve, but not on the cost center. So I do apologize for my oversight. A couple other things just to be aware of. With regard to the cemeteries, we had initially decided that we would have the green burials as its own separate cost center. But in conversation with our clerk and deputy clerk and CAO, we decided that it's actually the costs that we put into the budget this year are actually just sort of the setup costs for the green burial. So they're sort of a one-off. So those costs will now fall under and have been moved to the cemetery cost center, which was already in place for the township to pay for. And then going forward, when the green burial gets underway and the burials start happening, the maintenance in that will all fall under the St. Stephen's Cemetery because it'll be just part of that regular cemetery.
As opposed to cemeteries overall, it'll be.
Yeah, it'll just say be St. Stephen's for the green burial because it's part of that. And in addition, we ended up having to include, we had failed to include equipment time for that setup work that needs to be done at the site. So that's been included now in your revised budget ahead of you. And then, let me check my notes, sorry. The other item I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention was when we had discussed during our first two meetings about the wage change, I had given you a very quick on the fly estimation of what the wage increase would cost the township. That was based on last year's wages and a quick number, a percentage, because of new positions and so forth. And also because when you increase your wages, the budget or the benefits are affected as well. That increase was higher than what I had estimated in our discussion. So still part of this number that I provided to you as the $435,000 and 298, 6.95% for the levy increase.
So, and the bottom line is like, I mean, we've got three, just for the purposes of myself and the public, because you've got 6.95, you've got a 5.77, and you've got a 4.13. What's the bottom line?
The bottom line is, as I said, 6.95 is the levy increase. 5.77 would be the resulting municipal tax rate increase. And at the time of this, the county had not passed their budget. So based using 2023 rates for the county, 2024 education rates, and the new municipal rate, or this estimated a municipal rate, the overall tax rate would be 4.139. So that is subject to change depending on where the county lands.
So the one thing that we're absolutely sure of is that the municipal tax increase is 5.77.
Correct.
And we were really hoping to get in just under 6, so we're right on target. Okay.
So
You're looking for anything else from us?
exactly. I mean, it is up to council if they wish to adjust this. I have my workbook open that I can make some changes, but and department heads are here too, that if you have any questions that they can address, we're welcome.
I have heard generally speaking that council is pleased with where we are, but obviously open for questions or comments. Councillor Berry.
Just in regards to your comment of the green burial and sort of its movement, has there been any money allocated for that committee specific? Like I understand there's money that's been put in regards to the site plan and the layout and that type of thing. But I know traditionally And I understand it's an ad hoc committee, but traditionally a committee sort of has a starting budget of around $2,500. And I just wondered if there's any opportunity for there to be a small amount of money allocated for, I'm thinking they're gonna probably want to do a brochure, maybe a public, I don't know, event or something.
That's actually a question you should be asking us, not the treasurer.
Yeah.
Is there an appetite for that? I mean, we do have to consider that there's been considerably more money allocated for this particular ad hoc committee than normal, but the point well taken. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Rewinding the memory cells in the brain, I think where we landed with that is that because it's an ad hoc committee, there wouldn't be an amount granted to that committee. But there is the Green Initiatives Reserves, and if a special thing comes up, that it would be a natural pot to dip into for that specific thing, rather than allocating a concrete amount.
So if, for instance, there was a cost associated with a pamphlet or a program, that it could be drawn from there.
Okay. That's fine.
That's
Yeah.
satisfactory. Any other additions, changes, amendments, comments? Councillor Berry.
Second one is, in regards to, building and bylaw and the license of occupation and the, short-term rental, is there any increase in revenue from either of those departments or areas?
Go ahead.
If I may, through you, Mayor. We did put a minimal amount in the planning side for the license of occupation, if I remember correctly. With regard to the short-term rentals, because it's so widespread, we didn't actually put in a dollar amount because we don't know what to expect. It's all based on registrations and so forth. So it will be unanticipated revenue at this point.
Plus, there's the institution of the, when we implement the mat tax, that will change the picture dramatically as far as revenues versus expenditures. Hard to estimate at this time. Any other? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I move to accept the budget as presented.
Well, there's a mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillors, short read.
Revised levy amount.
You want me to give you the piece of paper? Would that be easier? They have it. Liz, use this.
So the increase to the levy is this, but they just actually.
I just think there's a amount here. For 675.
Okay.
695.
Yes.
6,695,000
Yeah.
and 362.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed, be resolved, Council receives report TT 924 regarding summary of changes in relation to the 2024 draft budget, and council hereby direct staff to prepare the tax rate byline to include a levy of $6,695,362 to be brought forward to the March 21st, 2024 regular meeting of council, and that staff be authorized to proceed with the proposed projects as presented in the 2024 budget.
All in favor? Carried. Well done. Thank you, Madam
And I just
Treasurer.
want to thank everybody here and our understanding and all their support and work. It's been really good.
Good job, everybody.
Thank you.
Back to planning. I think planning's, oh, yep, no, planning's next.
Look at the mass exodus. You still have us, Sean. So the first item on the planning agenda was a discussion about affordable housing options. We had 3 great presentations at our last meeting. And I didn't want us to go too far before we kind of dug into that a little bit. Now, just from my perspective, and I'm sure there's going to be other ideas, I was really taken with the Habitat for Humanity presentation. I saw that as being possibly the easiest direction to go. We have a piece of land that's it's, none of them are great for transportation. There's no question about it. But given that that piece of property on 118 is a highway, you know, at least there's a little bit better links or opportunities there. And the least amount of outlay of money for us at this point in time with a return of some units. I'd like to see us authorize Habitat for Humanity to be able to look at that property and tell us what they can do there. Which is kind of the process that they used at the county for the We Care property that they were looking at. Now, since then, just 2 more sentences. Yep. Since then, you know, in a brief conversation with the CAO, she suggested that this might be an opportunity for us to use bang the table and see what the public thinks about us proceeding with a project like this. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there and see what everybody thinks. Councillor Shortreed.
I agree with, for all the reasons you stated, I'm in full agreement with Habitat for Humanity, but it would be interesting to see what the public, we might be surprised.
You know, that is not to say by any stretch of the imagination that we can't continue to consider the other properties that we've got, other partnerships, you know, because we heard good things from all 3 groups. So, you know, I'm just throwing that out there as the easiest starting point for us. Before you, I think Sean had his hand up and I just want to, if he's got a cautionary note before we go any further.
No, not a cautionary, but one, I forget if it was brought up during the conversation, but the zoning of those properties does allow for 2 dwellings. So I'm not sure if that's something that works with Habitat's model or not, but it's something that warrants further discussion, I think.
2 dwellings.
Yeah, the rural residential zones allow for a principal dwelling as well as an accessory dwelling.
So part of the requirement would be for us to rezone it if it was for any sort of more units than that.
Oh, yes, if it was for more than 2 units, then it would require a rezoning. Yeah.
Okay, so that's part of the process we'd have to consider. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I would love for us to go full steam ahead with this potential partnership. Given that we have 4 properties that have already passed the test of these are potential places, you know, which we could consider housing in, my preference would be to go to Habitat and say, look, we've got 4 properties. We have in mind this property, but there are 4 properties available, and solicit their feedback only because I don't want us to assume what their preferred criteria is for a property. For example, maybe they want to build where there is already a neighborhood established because it helps to make people feel more part of the community and serve a whole series of social purposes. Maybe there are other criteria that I haven't even dreamt of, but have come from their experience. And I'd be game to hear their thoughts on that before we say this is the one we're offering. Doesn't mean that we need to say yes to what they prefer. It's just to have that piece of consultation.
My only concern with that, given the properties that we've looked at, I can see them being interested in the larger properties because the 2 of them are considerably larger than, for instance, the 2 that are in Maple Lake Estates are much smaller properties, much more limited access. The road system through there is not good. That I see some limitations there, but I mean, they're going to see them immediately as well. Other thoughts? Councillor Richards.
I do agree the properties within the Maple Lake Estates, I don't necessarily think are appropriate, but Deputy Mayor Dayu is correct. Perhaps Habitat would think otherwise. So I don't really have a problem in just giving them all 4 properties. In this particular circumstance.
Advising them of the 4 properties that we've
Yes.
got. Thank you.
Um, in this particular circumstance, I don't really feel that banging the table is necessary. Community needs housing, wants housing, knows we need it. I don't want to delay it any further than we need to. So that's why I would be opposed to banging the table at this time.
Other comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
It is tricky because I am all for community consultation. I fear NIMBYism, not in my backyardism. So perhaps I wonder if staff would be able to think about, how could this be crafted and presented in a way that doesn't just funnel the whole conversation into a not in my backyard conversation. Like, I wonder if staff have in mind what that consultation would look like, in other words. And if they do, it would be good to hear that before we.
I'm very much concerned about NIMBYism because I think that no matter where we go, that we're going to get that. I like the idea of the communications though, even if it's us letting the public know. We're proceeding, we're looking at this, we're considering our options, to create affordable housing in the community. And I mean, I can't imagine anybody saying they don't want affordable housing, but they might say, not here, not next to me, because we've seen that happen in other parts of the county. And it's unfortunate that there is a real opportunity lost. Councillor Barry.
I would be interested in I support the CAO's recommendation and it would be nice to have possibly some input also from places or from Habitat for Humanity, because I'm sure they've done public consultations in the past. So I think it would be good input from them.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'd also further our thinking when it comes to how and when we reach out to Habitat, that we maybe go with certain ideas or criteria already in mind, such as, how would Habitat ensure that this property would remain available for folks on a fixed income or a low income who are going to be providing services? Like how do we know that it isn't going to be bought and used for other purposes? Like
You heard their model though. I mean, it's for affordable housing for the ability to purchase.
yeah. But in terms of what if the person who purchased it then purchases it on? Like it would be just good to know that there is some kind of fail safe all the way through. And I say that because in the back of my head, I already have an idea of how they do that, having had a conversation with someone from Habitat that I know.
Might that be?
So just so that we are transparent in why we're doing this and what our general stipulations are, so that we're moving ahead along the same line of thinking.
Councillor Shortreed.
They do. They do. So for people to flip and make money, the same with Canada Housing Mortgage, they do have agreements in place and on the lien on the lien, whatever, on the property so that they can't use it as a flip.
What I would suggest is that we let them know the properties that we have. Maybe advise what our preferences are, or where we see the better opportunity. I really can't see them going for those 2 properties, but you never know. And I hate to say this is what the county did, but this is what the county did. I mean, they approached Habitat for Humanity, told them about the properties, and the CAO, I think CAO or CEO of Habitat, literally went to the property and provided a drawing of what they could build, very tentative, and then came back and had a really solid discussion, with the working group about, how everything worked. And I sort of see us following that same path, that there'd be no misunderstanding. So, and we get a little bit, just drill down a little bit more on their processes, to assure ourselves and the public that, there's a fail-safe agreement in place and how things will work and what they see they can do. I think we might be pleasantly surprised to see what they can offer us there. Counselor Richards. I just want to call you Counselor Rogers down. It's just.
Norman in the room, like I said. If, uh, I thought that we were also considering a development on the airport property, but I noticed we're only talking about these 4 properties. Is that no longer a thing or?
I mean, you've all heard me say that I see that as one of our opportunities. I'm not sure we're ready for that. I just sort of think that this is, because we've got the airport development plan coming, that these are 4 individual properties that, you know, that are suitable, immediately suitable for, based on the zoning ability. Sean?
Yes, that's exactly right. And the airport properties do present some challenges when it comes to residential development because it is a conflicting land use and our policies don't typically support new residential development. So creating new lots within a certain distance of the airport lands. So there would be more steps involved if council wanted to investigate developing or providing lots in that area for
There's
residential development.
more homework that would need to be done. It wouldn't be a matter of like, let's go. Go ahead.
On these 4 properties, what if Habitat came and said, we'll take them all? Are we open to that? Or are we looking for them to just choose?
Let's see what they've got to say. If they're, I'd be shocked to hear that, but I mean, you know, I could see them saying, we'll be open to 2 of them. And we have to hear what what they've got to say. Deputy Mayor Dane and Councillor Berry.
And then Places for People also has an interesting model. Would we be open to having that same conversation with Places for People?
I don't think it's the same model. I understand Places for People are part of Habitat for Humanity. They are on that same board. I don't want to confuse it or delay it too long. I just sort of saw that as being the Habitat model being the easiest one to start with. I mean, and that sort of goes to the, in my mind, like, what if they say they want all 4 properties? Well, you know, hang on, maybe we need to reserve one and see what we can do with Places for People. Yeah, their model is a little bit, I see it, I mean, as a good opportunity as well, but it's different and it's a little bit mixed in their approach. Councillor Richards and Councillor, I'm sorry, I've got to go with Councillor Berry, then Councillor Richards.
Okay.
It was I was under the impression that Places for People does work with Habitat for Humanity.
Yes, they do.
So there is already an existing partnership. So I just wanted to be clear that, yes, we're choosing, in this case, Habitat for Humanity, but in conjunction, they inevitably are working together with the same goals in mind.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that myself. From what I understand, Habitat is able to build cheaper than Places for People. So some of that donation back for land could be allocated to Places for People with Habitat doing the initial building. And then we would be able to hybrid some of that property with Places for People into that mix.
Councillor Berry.
Yeah, I still would like to look into how it would be possible for further development at that part of the airport. I don't want to just close that door without finding out more
I'm
information.
not in any way suggesting that
Okay.
we close any doors at all. Let's just start with this one because
Yeah.
it's something that I suspect that there will be other groups and organizations that are talking to Habitat, and I don't want to miss out on an opportunity. They've only got so much capacity themselves. We've got big projects in Peterborough that are going. Go ahead.
Assuming that Habitat is interested in assuming all of this happens and that Habitat is interested in constructing a multi-unit place. Sean, would you talk us through what are the steps to resolving the communal services question? What's next for us?
So that's something I would need to investigate further, but the province does allow for it. There's just certain agreements that need to be put in place to make sure that should the system fail or the organization in charge of maintaining it ceases to exist, that the responsibility would fall to someone other than the township.
There's a separate corporation that needs to be established to be responsible for the system.
Right.
But if I'm not mistaken, Habitat for Humanity did say that they were able to work with communal systems. So, but that was one step that would have to be taken so that the municipality, because I think the way things stand, correct me if I'm wrong, if we were to say approve a subdivision and somebody to put in their own water and sewer system and that failed, it would come back on us as a liability. But if you set your own corporation, and it's the municipality can do that with its own board and that's how that's managed. Go ahead.
And the other piece of this puzzle that I wonder if it would be good to preface our conversation with Habitat with is our other strategic objective, which is environmental stewardship, and asking the question, to what degree could either passive or greenhousing or whatever they are able to achieve in that, in that gamut of greenhousing, what would be possible? When I read our brand new strategic plan, I see that, and I know that is an important thing for us. So I think these are the kinds of things that I'd like to have early conversations about rather than later conversations about.
I would see us asking them that question the first time they come back to speak with us. We good? Are you clear?
So I believe council has directed that staff reach out to Habitat now to gain or an understanding of what their interest is in these 4 properties, what our goals are with them, and for them to report back to council with some sort of concept for council review.
And, we welcome having them come back to us and with whatever initial plans. I know that, the county's had several meetings with them and the process was fabulous, informative. It was great. It was. What have we got for a resolution, Madam Clerk?
For staff to contact Habitat for Humanity for further discussion on the affordable housing options on the 4 township properties identified as potential locations and brought back to council.
Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council direct staff to contact Habitat for Humanity for further discussions on affordable housing options on the 4 township properties identified as potential locations and brought back to council for further discussions.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your planning department update. Anything that you would wish to highlight from that report?
No, nothing for me to highlight, but happy to answer any questions if council has any.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the planning department updates? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 1524 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a proposed right-of-way in Stanhope on the Dimensions Health Algonquin Highlands property.
Yes, thank you. This is an application to establish a right-of-way for Bell Canada over the subject property. It is a fairly straightforward application and staff have no concerns and would recommend approval in principle with the recommended conditions in my report.
Are there any questions with respect to that? It's kind of a wonky looking right away, but could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve in principle the application? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 1424 regarding proposed severance of lands located at part of lot 28, concession 5, geographic township of Stanhope, Dimensions Health, Algonquin Highlands, Inc., Maple Lake, submitted by Sorbar Law on behalf of Dimensions Health, Algonquin Highlands, Inc., and further that council supports in principle the proposed severance subject to the following conditions. 1, payment of taxes, including penalty interest, and 2, a copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planner of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for review and comment prior to the registration of the plan.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Committee of Adjustment minutes from February the 23rd. It is what it is. Any questions on that? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives the February 23rd, 2024 Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next are, thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you.
External board meetings. Dorset Community Partnership. Anything over and above the requests that we received today?
No, and I don't know when our next meeting will be now. It'll have to probably be outside in the pavilion when it's a bit warmer, maybe May. And then the hub is in April.
Any questions? Okay, Upper Trent Water Management Partnership.
So we had a meeting on Monday. There's really two things, the update that I'm sure Deputy Mayor Dayu is also going to speak about with the water, the river. We don't have enough snowpack from this winter. There's not a lot of runoff. Levels are normal right now. They're hoping rain will come to increase our capacity in our waterways. So we're praying for rain.
I think they all need to pray for rain.
And the other thing is members expressing an interest to move forward with turning the upland into a watershed for the Upper Trent. And they've asked that the Muskoka watershed come speak to them with suggestions or advice on how to go about doing that, which the Muskoka watershed has agreed to do. So we should be planning for another meeting in April where that discussion will be had.
I
That's
would
pretty much
I anticipate that some of that discussion would take place at the county level as well, as something that's been talked about, fairly substantially there.
Yeah, and I'm sure that what they basically want to do is have those initial conversations to present a plan to county that county can then discuss and authorize at a later time. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So Muskoka Watershed Council. Anything additional there?
And not much to add there. There'll be another meeting later this month that I think we'll have a better update on.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, nothing further on the CPAC committee. The detachment commander is trying to set up a meeting for this month. So I'm hoping that that'll take place. We'll continue to meet until the police board is in place. And I don't anticipate that there will be another CPAC meeting between now and the establishment of the board. I just don't see the purpose for that. So I will, give you an update after our meeting. Library board. Oh, sorry, Eorn. I missed Eorn. Eorn is continuing to work on their strategic plan. I was unable to attend their last meeting. There is another meeting later on this month, which unfortunately I'm not going to be able to attend. So I'll have an update for you in April on that. Library board.
Thank you. Yeah, library board conversations of late have been all about the budget. The budget was presented to County Council a couple of times. County Council just yesterday passed its budget and has decided to cut the library board's request. So really, we're just waiting for the next library board meeting to see where those efficiencies are going to be found. And until then, nothing further to report, I don't think.
Okay, it was a long and challenging discussion, I think it's fair to say. Anything on community safety and well-being?
No.
Muskoka River Watershed Communications Committee.
So I second everything that Councillor Richards has said. The only thing I would add to that, we had our meeting just 2 days ago and the message was precisely the same. The only thing I would add to that is quite an extraordinary visualization. They said that on an average year at this time, what they would normally be focused on is continuing the winter drawdown of lake levels so that when the freshet begins, it does not overwhelm the lakes. And this year, the freshet is already well underway. Not only are they no longer drawing down, they are already beginning to hold back and try to create reserves of water to avoid low flows. So indeed, pray for rain. That's and they cannot predict at this stage how dry the summer will be because it does depend on the amount of rainfall that we get, which they do not predict more than 3 days out.
Go ahead, Councillor Richards.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Don't pray for too much rain because that is highly possible and may put us into a different situation.
Well, and I have actually heard a long-term forecast that suggests that we're going to have a lot of rain this summer and cool temperatures. We shall see, obviously. Okay, I don't think there's been anything on the community climate action plan. I guess the one thing I could say is, you know, it's unfortunate, but that advisory group, one of the recommendations had been to continue with the food recycler sale, and that has been cut from the library, or the library's budget, from the county's budget. And, you know, there were some solid comments made about trying to continue with that program, but it got nixed. And I'm not sure, we've added county council update. The only thing I think I could say is that we did pass county council's budget yesterday. And for the life of me, I think that we were, I can't remember what the number was. Someone was 7 something. And it was divided into 2 sections. There was the general budget plus, and which was in around the 6 point something. And then there was a 1% additional percent added to the budget to accommodate capital expenditures on the long term. So that's part of something that will be added to budgets going forward. Due to you know, I mean, it's a real lesson to be learned about taking too much money out of reserves, because the county had cut back on things so severely that, you know, that being able to replace our infrastructure would not be sustainable without this addition to the budget. So it's lessons learned about trying to cut back too much.
To sharing, I don't have.
We will commit to sharing that document to, yeah, it's my apology. It is just slightly over 7 with the additional 1%, which is unusual for the county. It's, you know, and there were a lot of efforts made to try and reduce it. And I just don't think that there was any room for reducing it further. I mean, there was actually some of the discussion yesterday was leaning towards adding back into it as opposed to cutting more. So I think we landed fairly well where we did. With respect to the budgets,
I think that we probably landed fairly fairly with the increase that we agreed to for our staff here at 3.5%. When I look at what the what's being agreed to for the under the union negotiations, they in fact almost all are starting at 4% increase with a signing bonus, and then the next 3 years at 3.5. So, you know, to have moved up a little bit in our early estimates, I think that we're probably going to be glad that we did. If we want to keep in line, we've always been a little bit ahead of the pack, and I like to keep it that way. Okay, I think that's it for the reports. There's nothing under general business. There have been no notice of motions received. I believe that we did get a request, a mover to support the letter suggesting that there should be increased provincial funding for libraries and museums. They're 25 years out of date there, and that's just unforgivable. And it's no wonder that we have challenges at this level when that's the circus. 25 years is just pathetic. So I would look for maybe a seconder on that. Councillor Shortreed, thank you.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Nayou, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be resolved, Council supports the town of Lincoln urging the provincial government to increase funding for both public libraries and community museums, and the council supports the town of Lincoln and the request to the province to increase the funding envelope for the community museum operating grant, which has remained the same over the past 15 years, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
All in favor? That's carried. Was there any other support for other correspondence?
No.
Councillor Diane, Deputy Mayor Diane?
No movement for support, but just on the piece of correspondence from Township of Perry regarding ineligible sources of waste with this blue box transition. I did have an opportunity to speak to our head of environmental services about whether this would be a good thing to support. And she said, in principle, yes, this is a very big concern for us as well. However, our township is already putting a lot of information into that conversation, and she will be bringing further information back in subsequent meetings. And so I thought, instead of supporting this now, perhaps we'll wait to see what our staff brings back, and at that time decide whether a real Algonquin Highlands branded correspondence would be more appropriate and more helpful than supporting somebody else's correspondence.
Well, and I in response to that, well, that's a good idea. But, in response to your, let's put our own spin on this, I would hope that a lot of the letters of support that we sent through don't just our blanket say, we support the town of whatever, that we write our own letter saying, that it's coming from us as an individual. I mean, that we agree with them, but, it's just this blanket, we support so and so. It doesn't say as much as making our own statements. So I think we need to just kind of keep that in mind. Did we do a resolution to receive the correspondence listing? Okay, could we have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence listing? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives the March 7th, 2024 corresponding listing for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next are the bylaws. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the bylaws? Councillors Richards and Barry. I'm just wondering in going forward, if it would be possible to break out a bylaw if there is a conflict with respect to it, so that the councillor could vote on the other bylaws. Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder. Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second, third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed. 2024.
Sorry.
2024-19, regulating open fires, 2024-20, as amended, to regulate and govern the operation of short-term rentals, 2024-21, execute an agreement with Waste Connections Canada, and 2024-22, to execute an agreement with Product Care Association.
All in favor? That's carried. So I've just asked Deputy Mayor Dayu, going forward, if there is a single bylaw that you have a conflict with, or anyone has a conflict with, if we can break that out and then have the individual vote on the rest of the bylaws. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved that bylaw 2024-23 to confirm the proceedings of council be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, could I have a motion to adjourn? Councillors Berry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved that the regular meeting is adjourned at 4:02 PM.
All in favor? That's carried. Angie might have liked to have had a nap.